Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Deck Tech Wednesday. Uh, on stream, we've got two decks lined up for today. As always, if you are looking to get your deck teched, you can just go to the link. Oh, I remembered to point the right direction this time because we're mirrored. Down in the corner over there to our Ko-fi to set up for a deck tech for today. And then what time that we have not teching decks, we will be building or maybe playing some stuff. I don't know, because there are lots of fun things to be played today. We have a new game that I've been playing, and I also put together a standard deck. Ooh, 60 card standard. Who plays that? Everybody says it's broken, but I don't know. I've been playing a really stupid deck and having a great time. Let me pull up my notes. All right. Our first deck for today, submitted by Terrible Norwegian Gaming. This is Prepare for Trouble, Casualty, and Make It Double. Anhelo the Painter. This is a strong commander. 3 mana for 1/3 with Death Touch. Your first instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn has Casualty 2, so you can copy that spell by sacrifice a creature with power 2 or greater. Terrible has submitted also some notes to go along with this. Go through the cards in the deck, give your own view and thoughts on the build, and then suggestions for cool additions to the deck. We are looking to keep it bracket 3. I've tried spells like Extra Turns or X cost spells like Exsanguinate, but that got easy and boring. The big spells I now have give value or steal stuff from opponent's library or graveyard, but not battlefield. Any other big spells to consider, or any better 2-power creatures that could work to be casualtied. And then often win by getting powerful stuff from opponents or making 40 plus zombies. Copy effects for Anhelo, or triple quadruple big spell to put me ahead. I'm off to Arch Enemy, which is extra fun when I pull through. The deck is highly glass cannon with little defense. Only 1 5-mana possible counterspell, and I want to keep it that way. But it's very fun to play with different outcomes all the time with what decks I play against. Not a spell table deck, though. Yeah, fair enough. If stealing stuff from opponents' decks, it definitely makes this difficult to play online. But I'm a big fan of I play all your stuff, this is your fault kind of decks. So let's take a look. We've only got 15 creatures. Interesting, because we do want to have disposable creatures, but if you look here, let me switch this. Also, I think, let me zoom in a little bit. There we go. That seems good. Okay. So, Ragavan, just good card. Card is good. Do good thing. And happens to have 2 power. Bloodghast, perfect example of the kind of creature we want. Has 2 power, very disposable, and returns itself whenever you play a land. What a card. Mastermind, also generically a card with 2 power. Electromancer. Man, this thing has been power crept so many times, but weirdly enough, some of the other options that you would normally replace this with don't have 2 power, like the Otter, which is prowess, but a 1/1. So We're prioritizing the 2 power here. For instance, Thunderclap Drake is just significantly better than Electromancer, but we'll take both of them here. Jadar, also a really good source of repeatable sacrifice 2 power creatures, because you get a zombie with Decayed every turn. Keen Duelist. This is fun. The reason that this is particularly good in this deck is because you deal damage to your opponent equal to the card that you reveal, and we are playing a ton of really expensive spells. So this might just go, yeah, great, you take 9, and I draw an extra card. Malevolent Hermit, same thing. Generically good card. Disposable, even has a little extra value in the graveyard if we really want something to not be countered, or just we need another 2/2 in a pinch. Sinister Concierge, this I believe was from the same commander deck that Angelo was in originally, and has a death trigger that I believe just takes a card hostage for a little while, right? You exile it, put 3 counters on, and exile up to 1 target creature, put 3 time counter. Yeah, it just holds it hostage for 3 turns. Snappy, 2 power, cares about our instant sorceries. Great. Mana Dork, 2 power, cares about casting big non-creature spells. Ideal. Boggart Trawler, I support. Here, we'll do our daily, hey, run all of the MDFCs. They are good cards. Here's a perfect example. This will usually just be a land, but sometimes it will be a 2-power creature that you need. Dualcaster Mage, again, 2 power, cares about our stuff. 2 power, cares about our stuff, gives us value. And Stormkilling Artist is a card that is good. All right, now the meat of the deck. 18 sorceries, 18 instants. We got a little bit of everything. We have some smaller draw spells to help us get to the things that we need. Reanimate, that's a good card. But we quickly jump up to high cost things that we want to copy. Double Breach seems good. Eldritch Pact, I think this is a fun option. So player draws X and loses X, where X is the number of cards in their graveyard. So this can be for you to draw a bunch of cards, or it can be to make an opponent lose a bunch of life. And 2 of these, it is very possible that you straight up murder the graveyard deck. Hit the Motherlode. This seems like a lot of fun, doubled up. And even if you whiff, it giving you the tap treasures means you can use that mana to cast more big spells next turn. Aminatu's Augury, classic spin your wheels kind of card. We get to cast a whole bunch of extra free spells, hopefully. Army of the Damned. So this is, I think, the card that Terrible was talking about that would allow for us to drop like 40-some zombies. Fevered Suspicion. This is a big spell that steals. This is like Atali in spell form. I like that it also rebounds. And I believe, let's see. Let's look at Angelo. Yeah, so the casualty also works with rebound. Cast it, double it. The paper copy goes to exile. Next turn, it casts it for free. You can still casualty that. And that is because casualty is an additional cost. Yeah. All right. So I have this in my notes. It is just Skullstorm exclamation point. I'm so happy to see this spell here. This spell is awful. This is so bad. Especially compared to the other ones in this cycle, it's just terrible. But you know what? If we're looking for for big old spells to copy. Sure. This seems like a good time. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. Each opponent who can't loses half their life rounded up. And it copies itself for each time you cast your commander from the command zone. And then our other options: copy somebody's board, make a bunch of copies of an instant or sorcery in a graveyard, and take a million years to resolve. Yeah, it's nice if they've been killing Angelo, and then you could just cast. You don't even have to worry about the casualty. It's just 9 mana still is 9 mana. Instance. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, just like a nice little assortment of everything that you need. Rotten Reunion is a really nice budget way to have 2 easy sacrifice bodies. Yeah, Wild Magic Surge, I looked at this and I was like, why is this here? And then I realized it's probably just... Also, we're not using the whole screen? There we go. Why... It's probably just here because it's weird and chaotic. Like, as soon as you're out of mono red, never play this card if you care about the quality of your cards. There is always a better answer than this outside of mono red. But the card is funny. The card is funny and interesting. And I support running it if that's not a concern for you. Invert Polarity also super interesting and fun. It's nice non-basic removal. I guess. I don't know. There's so much like solid non-basic removal on lands. I usually just keep it to lands. But yeah, lots of removal. Display of Power is very cute because we know that we will be copying spells, so there will be multiples on the stack. This can make for a really explosive single turn. Big Score and Unexpected Windfall, also nice copy targets because they produce treasures. Card draw. This is our one counter spell, which doesn't even have to be a counter spell. And then copy something from every opponent. All the ramp you could ever want. The only non-ramp cards are Lightning Greaves to protect Angelo, and Twinning Staff because we're copying spells. You got to play this card. 2 enchantments. Maestro's Ascendancy, flavorful and allows us to recast big spells from the graveyard. And Double Vision, copy your first instant sorcery each turn. Does a nice Angelo impression. All right, and then we got lands. We even see the not often played original Boseiju, which gives you colorless mana, and if you spend it on an instant or sorcery, it can't be countered. But we don't have a Mistrise in here, which I feel like would also be like if not in addition a replacement for this Boseiju. Although it as Isengard is pretty sick. Here, we'll just there we go. Because we have a deck that is also playing mountains, so this is able to come into play untapped. And the number of times that you need to make a thing uncounterable is not that often. I would rather have colored mana and a little bit more expensive to be able to make it not counterable than always having to pay 2 life for this, it entering tapped always, and colorless mana. Okay, so what we were looking for here. We're looking for more big spells and 2 power creature stuff. Let's start with 2 power creature stuff, because we are pretty light on creatures. Granted, we don't need a ton of them, because we don't like. Usually, if Angelo gets like 1 or 2 good copies, that puts us far enough ahead where, and people kill him. Here are some cards to consider. Fresh off the presses, Timeline Color from Edge of Eternities is a 2 power. You can warp it in for 1 black and pay 2 life, and it warps from the graveyard. So this is constantly available to you. Easy. It being double black for the cost was almost a concern of mine until I realized that you are just like you're warping it and sacrificing it, so you're rarely paying the double black. Uh-oh. Huh. We haven't had this happen before. Scryfall is down. Offline for maintenance. Uh-oh. All right, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Whoa. All right, that's too big. Okay. Yeah, Pinnacle Monk. Surprised not to see this in there. Since we already have the MDFC Boggart Trawler, and this just seems like easy money. It is 2 power. It will usually just be played as a land, and it returns an instant or sorcery from graveyard to hand. Hey, never mind, it's back. Wow, that was fast. All right, yeah, so Pinnacle Monk. All right, so those were 2 like basic ones. If we wanted to get a little funkier with it, hello Soy, hello Immortal. Gotten 218 top 3 finishes in the 3 days. Oh my god. Yeah, you all are addicted. Maybe we'll play later today. I can show you. I can throw a bunch of games by trying to make stupid things happen. Yeah, Poppet Stitcher for this deck. This is I think the cheapest creature that can make 2/2 bodies when you cast instant sorceries. You know, our baseline is Talrand, which costs 4. There are some other forms of things that make 1/1s, but this compensates by making decayed zombie tokens, which we don't care about because we're sacrificing. Oh, immoral. So you already knew what you were doing. You were ahead of the curve. I think I'm really gonna try and get to like I want to hit the leaderboard on the thing. I don't know how because this players are playing so much. Isn't Jadar the cheapest? Yes, Jadar is the cheapest, but not for particularly the thing that I was looking for, which is making 2/2 bodies when you cast instants and sorceries. Strangler, yes. Decked Out Team is us. We have multiple accounts. Decked Out Team is the one that we use for any of the deck lists, for Deck Tech days, and for the shorts that I put out. And then the Decked Out Show is where we keep all of the deck lists for that get played on the gameplay show. But yeah, I like Papa Citra here. Makes those bodies for us to sacrifice. We have 36 instants and sorceries, so like this also does work on its own. Because if you want, all you have to do is hit 3 tokens, and now you've got an army of 3/3s. Yeah. I think Brawling Kari's no. Brawling Kari Zev is very cute here. Oh, Strangler. Yeah, on the Decked Out Show, the name that's associated to the deck is who played the deck on each episode. But not necessarily who built it. Brawling Kari Zev is 2-powered, so we can sacrifice this if we want to, but hopefully we don't need to, because whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery each turn, you can cast a spell with lesser value that shares a type with it without paying its mana cost. So that's already pretty good, because we're casting very large instants and sorceries, and then we cast like a 9 cost and get an 8 cost for free. Excellent. But early in the game, this also can produce a Ragavan. Because if you don't choose to play something for free, you make a Ragavan 2/1 token. And unlike the regular Kari Zev card, this Ragavan sticks around. So wait, did the Tiva deck make it into an episode? Not yet. Not yet. We are a little backed up because of the move to the new studio, and then a couple different trips here and there. We had like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera going on. Hello, Electman. Is that the dulcet tones of a deck tech? Hey, thank you. Also, thank you, Soy. Thank you, everybody, for supporting. Whether you're signing up for deck techs on Wednesdays, or you're going to like one of our sponsors, like up in the corner there, you can see it right now. For GGTs, use Decked Out 10 to get 10% off. I am literally wearing one right now. I think it's funny that you can only see the top half that just says I counter. That's it. But it is I counter because I care. Ooh, Electman. All right, so you're getting one for a friend. Okay, cool. And as always, you can either put your deck here in the chat. Oh, we've adjusted a little bit the way that we do this. So if you get a deck tech on Kofi, then yours goes to the front of the line, except for other Kofi ones. So your deck tech will be right after this one. Yeah, I what was I saying? I really like Brawl and Kardizep here. I think they are pretty excellent for both options of what you're doing with this deck. I have been running this card in more things. And I don't know if this moves it. I like we said this is bracket 3, so this feels pretty fine. There we go. Case of Stash Skeleton. There's just not the $30 option anymore, Elect Man. It is just that you get to you jump past the ones that we have from our patron grandfather clause thing. Because oftentimes, especially like towards the beginning of the month, we will have like 6. But if you are doing the Kofi option, then it jumps you ahead. Yes, here we go. Case the Stash Skeleton. So you get a 2/1 black skeleton when it enters, and then if you control no skeletons, it turns into a demonic tutor. That's pretty good, and I feel like this is a fair way to be playing tutors. Hello, Shannibal. Thank you for the raid. Hi. Yeah, this feels like a really fair way to do a tutor, but also a little less fair in this deck because we're very down to sacrifice that skeleton. But at the end of the day, we've still paid, like 4 mana for a tutor, just in 2 parts with a little extra work. What else was I playing this in? I was playing this in Sephiroth. Okay. And then, this one. I was surprised not to see this this card in there because it was from, I believe it's from the precon that Angelo was in. All right. Cryptic Pursuits. I'm pretty sure this was in that precon. Dog boy. Oh, I'm glad everybody's enjoying that game because I definitely am. I know Nerd Girl was thinking about making a channel for Once Upon a Galaxy in the Discord. And if enough of you, it sounds like there's already enough of you that are playing and are invested that would be good. So I will let her know that is a good idea. Yeah, Cryptic Pursuit I think is very good for this deck. It is a little pricey at 4 mana, but every time you play an instant or sorcery, you manifest the top card of your library, so that is a 2/2 creature. And when a creature you control, a face-down creature dies, you exile it if it's an instant or sorcery, and you can cast that until the end of your next turn. So it's like, it gives you 2/2s for casting spells, which you were doing anyway, and it gives you card advantage if those if you happen to manifest instants and sorceries. Like, this is, I think, an all-around win. All right, we're still out. Remind me to add this when it's back. So those were my options for additional 2/2 creatures or 2 powered creatures, because I felt like this was a pretty good a pretty good spread, and like the best options like Bloodghast and Jadar were already here. So I think just a couple other options are pretty solid. Oh, there we go. Cryptic Pursuit. And then let's talk about big spells. Another one that I was surprised to not see in this list, since it was in the here, I'm gonna move this to sideboard, because it was in the precon originally, was Maestra's Confluence. So we have a 6 mana spell. You can choose 3. Return a monocolored instant or sorcery from graveyard to hand. Seems good for us. Give something -3/-3. Generically good. Goad each creature target player controls. Also good for the deck that is the big bad at the table and often has no creatures. Being able to go goad. I am safe for a rotation, and maybe you all kill each other, is very, very strong for this deck. Especially since we've committed to like not protecting our stuff. For style points, Cruel Ultimatum. It's only target opponent, but they sack a creature, discard 3 cards, lose 5 life. You return a creature, draw 3 cards, and gain 5 life. Is it the best? No. But is it cool? Yes. And has some also like big Magic pro player like history behind it. Like that was a very constructed playable card once upon a time, or a Galaxy. This deck seems like this would be on theme. Great Intelligence is planned. For 6 mana, you draw 3 cards, and then an opponent chooses. Either they discard 3 cards, or you can cast a spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. This is particularly fun because nobody wants to discard 3 cards. But giving you the option to cast something for free from your hand is super dangerous in this deck. So, especially if you copy this and you have 2, somebody's going to get greedy and say, you know what, go ahead and cast. And you're like, sick. Here's a free Soulfire Eruption. Here's a free Skull Storm. An oldie but a goodie. Spell Twine. Exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard and an instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. You copy those and cast them for free. We already have this theme of using our opponent's stuff, but not off of their board, so we can steal an instant or sorcery from their graveyard. We are very happy to copy our own instants and sorceries, and this twice seems pretty good. And then this card I feel like has gotten a lot less played, even though the quality of creatures has significantly been power crept. But Bribery seems totally on theme of steal things out of my opponent's library, and it's like the rate for it. It will be easy to copy this early in the game. Like 1 Mana Rock, add Hello on turn 3, play Bribery turn 4. I guess you need a 2/2, but all right. Some other things that I think to consider here that aren't specifically those categories. We already, I mean, like, we'll say it over and over and over again, but the MDFCs are super broken. This seems great. It is a land in our colors. And then it is a search for an instant or a card with flash. We've got so many instants that we are happy to have because we want to copy. That seems like an easy add to me. What about a little Planeswalker action? Chandra Hope's Beacon, I think, does a good job of giving some Angelo redundancy, or they do stack. So you could use this to triple a spell. But considering that we've accepted our role as the arch enemy, and that we don't have things to stop them from killing Angelo, I do kind of want some other cards that do the same thing. Hello, Yak Jack. Your friend that ruined Electman financially. I don't know. I wouldn't believe it if you told me that. If you got a little extra change to spare and you like Grixis, pick yourself up a bunch of these. Relic of Sauron is just like, to me, an auto include for Grixis decks. They are always mana hungry. This is a rock that comes in untapped, so it does not totally halt your momentum. You still get to develop your board or hold up interaction after playing this, and it is draw and discard, both relevant things for these colors. I mentioned this on one of the episodes of the podcast. This is one of my pet cards. Sunken Palace. Enters tapped, taps for a blue, but you can pay 2 and tap it and exile 7 cards from your graveyard to make a blue mana, and if you spend that on a thing, copy it. That can be a spell or an ability. In your typical commander game, you will always end up with 7 or more cards in your graveyard, so this is kind of free. And here is my weird option. Let's take a look at Psychic Battle. It's an enchantment for 5. Whenever a player chooses one or more targets, each player reveals the top card of the library. The player who reveals the card with the highest cost can change the targets. This card is not good. But I think it's very funny here. It's a goofy effect. It is chaotic. This will actively make your deck worse. But that's kind of cool. And we do have a lot of high cost cards. So our likelihood to win the battle is higher than our opponent's, most likely. Plus, you get this very, like, classic style Magic art. Something to break up your universes beyond a little bit. And I think the last thing for me, we are in bracket 3, decidedly. We have 2 game changers. We have a Field of the Dead. So if we're Field of the Deading, you might as well replace 1 island, 1 mountain, with the snow-covered versions, because Field of the Dead only cares about the name of the land, so that helps to optimize you without changing the mana base really at all. And then our only other game changer is Jeska's Will. Pretty good for being able to cast one of our big spells early. Yeah, Elect Man. Oh, I did believe that Yak Jack was the person that you got the deck tech for. I just didn't believe that they financially ruined you. As someone who is frequently supporting us here at Decked Out, I was like, I don't think the financial ruin has happened. But we only got 2 game changers. We're in bracket 3. We got room for one more. So like, what do I want for this deck? I don't want Rhystic Study. Boo, boring. I don't want like Demonic Tutor or stuff. Also seems like not what I'm doing here. So to me, I think the game changers I'd be interested in would be Ancient Tomb seems pretty safe here. We are a deck that wants to cast some very high cost things, and all of our ramp is colorless. Ancient Tomb, good option for our 3rd game changer. You could go with any of the free spells, but I think actually Deadly Rollick is the better of the 3 for this deck, because we've said that we don't want to. We're not playing like counter spells. We're not protecting our stuff. If they blow it up, they blow it up. So both that and SWAT kind of lean against what we're doing here. But Deadly Rollick, this is very copyable. And notably, Iron Hello copies the first instant or sorcery each turn. So even if we tap out on our own turn to cast a big instant or sorcery, we still have the option to free cast Deadly Rollick and copy it. So I think that is a good option for our 3rd game changer. The only other one that I would think about would be Bolos Citadel. We are casting very large spells. We don't necessarily have a ton of card advantage. This seems like a lot of fun being able to go, all right, Citadel, and let me start ripping 9 mana, 9 life spells. So those are the things that I would think for this deck. I think we've generally gone over everything. This seems like a good time. I would definitely play a deck like this. I also like the added challenge of like, we're not running counter spells. We're not trying to stop them from dismantling our stuff. We eventually, because if your opponents are stopping what you're doing, they're not developing their own boards as quickly. So we'll just get to the point where we can hard cast these spells. Love it. Is this a Lear deck? Maybe. It's probably more of a Kest deck. I guess Lear has a big upside since we're not running counter spells. But I'll be honest, I don't think we need that kind of effect at all. Like, it gives us some well, you know what? Here, I'll add it. I think because spells not being countered, if we're not running counter spells, pretty good for us. Probably over what I was saying. Yeah, I like the suggestion. All right, Yak Jack, do you have a deck list for me? I guess I should check also our Discord to see. You do, yes. Yeah, so you're welcome to just add it to put it in the chat, and if you have any particular notes for it. I gotta check my messages really quick because there's a bunch of different little projects that are going on right now. And I've been trying to brew a little bit more like full decks. You notice that like some of the more recent shorts have got full decks with them, like today's $50 budget Green Goblin. I'm gonna apologize in advance for tomorrow's short video because I wrapped the entire thing. But it kind of makes sense. It sort of makes sense in context on what I'm talking about. All right. This deck is based on my preferred playstyle, which is to be the traffic cop of the board. I love packing my deck to the gills with removal and dictating to everyone else at the table when they are allowed to play. I've therefore been trying to figure out how to play Spellslinger, but I have no idea how to play such a deck nor any idea how to build one. Okay. Hold on. I don't know why it didn't open over here. Open here. No. Nope, that's also not what I need. I'm struggling a little bit because I'm the only mouse that's hooked up to this right now is Nerd Girl's like super space mouse, and the sensitivity is cranked up to like 9 million, and so it's really hard to maneuver it. Lesbian Crime Coalition. Ooh. Why is this not giving me these? All right, we want to do grid, mana value. Okay. For the record, oh, Electman, you helped him with the list. Okay. Presently, the deck is a Crimes Matter playstyle designed to maximize the number of times that I can target other people and their stuff while also getting at least one bit of extra advantage per card cast. That way I'm not falling into the dreaded every removal spell is negative because you're going 1 for 1. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it's one of these. It's so you're like, you have to you use it like this. Which, like, good for you. Like, I can be on board with it, but man, this thing is so touchy. Okay. All right. I think this is already a good start. So Marchesa, dealer of death, 3 mana for a 3/4. When you commit a crime, you can pay 1. And if you do, look at the top 2 of your library, put 1 in your hand, 1 in the graveyard. So that plays very well with your playstyle of like interact constantly and really control the board with individual spells, since this pays you back. Let's see. Oh, wait, what? No. This is not how we... Oh, sort by type, sort by mana value. There we go. Here we go. Hello, Saretha. All right, creatures. Lands entering deal damage to opponents. When we cast spells, deal damage to opponents. Oh, this is nice because your land is a crime. Interesting, because there are also versions of these abilities, I believe, because you've got Electrostatic Field, Flamesmith, Firebrand Archer, Thermo, Alchemist, Gutter Snipe, all which do, and Caldera Pyromal, which is the big boy version. I want to say there are more that do that crime, but we'll wait to see the rest of the deck. This one does commit a crime on it. Keen Duelist, card advantage. This Magda cares about crimes. Nightscape Familiar. You all should play more of the familiars. They're great. All right. Abyssal Harvester. This is very cute because you can use this on your own stuff, but also it's exile target creature card from a graveyard that was put there this turn. So if you kill an opponent's thing, then you can also activate this. It is a crime because you're targeting a card in their graveyard. And your deck is full of removal, so you're often going to have good targets for this. Love that. Another second deck with Snappy today. We're 100% Snapcaster Magen. Let's see. Quasit. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, go to creature, and that is a crime. Karavek, also one of the few other unlimited crime outlets. Hello, Jirachi. Sedgemore Witch likes that we're casting lots of spells. So does Stormkiln Artist. Exterminator Magmark. Yeah! Now we're talking. What a card. I love this thing. So cast an instant or sorcery that targets only a single permanent an opponent controls. If another opponent controls one, something that it could target, you get to copy it for free. So all of your single target removal suddenly becomes hit one of yours, hit one of yours. Love that. Card draw, trigger copies. I guess Veyren is here to copy like gutter snipe stuff. Also copies like Quasit. That's fun. And then Urbrask, yeah, this is one of the examples of like this one is a crime as opposed to the other ones, even though these do more damage overall. Primordial's nice. And Octavia. Fun. Okay. So now it's going to be this instants and sorcerers are very important. So we've got 24 of them, which to me, my instinct is that is low. We've got some cantrips. Get Probe, Ponder, Brainstorm. Symmetry, that's fun. That's very fun. Are we just straight up symmetrying, or yeah, we don't have any way to compensate for this. I respect that. Yeah, it's nice because Marchesa gets you back to it right away. And this does target the opponent. So one of the few tutors that's also going to be committing a crime. Okay, Gandalf's Sanction. X damage to target creature or X the number of instant sorcerers in your graveyard, and then X is damage to the creature's controller. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If we're running stuff like this, I would want more sorceries, more instants. Grape Shot's very cute. It's so many crimes. Let's see. Yep. Removal. So many crimes. Frantic Search. What are you here for, Frantic Search? I guess you're a free spell for our stuff like this. Artifacts. Oh yeah, this is also a crime each rotation. Ghost Vacuum, also a crime. This is cool. All right. Oh yeah, water skin is very cute here. This is just a better version of What's Its Face that makes colorless mana and untaps during each player's untap step. So this will be nice when this comes out. Bounty. Yeah, Victory Chimes, thank you. Bounty target is a crime. Creature with a bounty counter dies. Each opponent draws a card and gets 2 life. Relic of Sauron, love to see it. Crimes. Damage from instants and sorceries. More instants. See, yeah, this is the other thing, too. If we're running Arcane and Bombardment, give me those instant sorceries. 35 lands, 3 MDFCs on top of that. Not bad. Scorched Sunsearch Desert. I'll be honest, I think I would rather... We are running the tapped ones. All 3 of the tapped ones. A colorless pip in this deck is tough for me. We're 3 colors. Our commander is 3 colored pips. We're fairly pip intensive. I don't know if it's worth it just because this commits a crime. But it's it's one of... It's the only colorless pip that can only do a colorless thing in here, so it's probably okay. Because Seething Landscape is colorless as well, but you can just sack it for a land. Urza's Glasses. I love Urza's Glasses. Love Urza's Glasses. Then Maze of Ith. Okay, so we're really 34 lands with 37 including MDFC. This is your friendly reminder that I am of the opinion that if you are playing a deck that has significant card advantage, like Marchesa, we are always looking at top 2 cards of our deck, putting one into our hand. Get a lot of cards. You should be running a higher land count than normal, not a lower land count than normal. Because each time every deck has one choke point of resources. This one, the choke point is mana. We will always have enough cards in hand to do things, but we will not always have enough mana. And so missing a land drop is so much worse if it's going to happen in this. So that I would say, like, bump this land count up by like 2 or 3 at the least. I would not hate running like 40 mana producing lands, counting the MDFCs. All right, man. This is my kind of deck. This is my kind of deck. So, are there any particular things that you want me to look at for this? Like, are we looking to like generally upgrade the deck? Are there certain issues that you found in it functionality? Are we looking to power down the deck? Are we or is this just like... Because I can definitely give you some suggestions and some opinions, but if there's a particular thing you're looking for it, then let me know. Generally looking to smooth out the game plan and make it leaner. Okay, I like that. Happy to cut instant sorcerers in Grave sub-theme if needed. I don't think you cut... I think you lean in harder to instants and sorceries. Because that's like your playstyle, right? Is using your spells to control the board. And I think we can do that more. Yes, Cecil, running more NDFC lands makes it... Yeah, they do just smooth out games. Pod usually plays bracket 2. That is my happy place. I can bracket 2 with you. So let's look at this first. So we know what this deck can do. Its core is control the board by casting spells, use Marchesa's ability to not lose card advantage by interacting. But what is our main win condition? Because we, as of right now, it looks like dealing damage to the table with these sorts of gutter snipe effects is about the only way to do it. We do not have any creatures that are capable of finishing the game out in other ways. Like, you could count Caldera Pyramaw because it can fly and hit hard, but it is also, it's just really, it's a big gutter snipe. So I think what you can do here, because I don't know that we have enough tools to control. I guess you could, yeah, a Mystic's Mastery also a win condition. That much value. Yeah, also we're playing Mystic's Mastery. We got to play more instants and sorceries. Okay. Let me get started a little bit here. I'm gonna trim some cards first. Let's see. Sedgemoor Witch, I think, is fine. But I think this kind of effect is stronger if we are like actually spell slinging. This deck is not a spell slinger deck. This deck is a control deck that incidentally casts some spells, but I don't think it is enough to really get the value that I want out of this. Karavek, I think this is an interesting choice here because it does care about crimes, but what this card does, Marchesa already does. This says every time you commit a crime, get card advantage. You have now access to a card in your graveyard that you did not have access to before. But it does not discount mana at all. We still have to pay full cost for it, and we are even losing a little bit of life. I don't think you actually need this in this deck. I think what you could use here, something like Geese of the Hellraiser. This cares about crimes, and produces actual bodies on the board. That's in this deck. Gisa represents what, eight 2/2s every rotation without expending any extra mana. Let's see. Primordial, I think, is a fine card, but I don't think that we need it here. And Octavia is cool. The problem also with this, though, is we don't have, like, we're already not running a ton of creatures, and we are going to be we're going to be cutting them. So I'd rather have this be something that gives us bodies instead of changing a power and toughness. You could go with something like Eris, Roar of the Storm. When you cast your second spell each turn, make a 4/4 dragon. That is something that could be in that spot. Um, I mean, even I'd be happy with like Talrand or any of those sorts of things. Because don't forget, as much as a meme, a reprint meme as he is, this represents every time that you cast an instant or sorcery, deal 2 damage to an opponent every turn of the, or every rotation of the game. Like the 2/2 bodies is very strong. Let's see. We just talked about this. A strict, like, I say strict, there was like the tiniest difference. Thunderclap Drake is just significantly better than Goblin Electromancer. It is a flyer. It only has 1 colored pip, and it is 3 mana to copy your next instant or sorcery for each time you cast your commander this game. Electromancer has unfortunately been power crept by a bunch. You're certainly welcome to keep playing it. It is a good budget option, but if you all can, you should upgrade to Thunderclap Drake or the Otter. Okay. This is cute, but I think even if we filled this thing up with instants and sorceries, it would not be enough to quite make this worth it to me. Yeah, I do love that this also commits a crime. Or Baral. Yeah, there we go. Baral also. So is there anything I'm missing with this Chain of Vapor? Like, Chain of Vapor is a fine card, but I think it gets overrated significantly because it gets played in CEDH. But I think if you're playing in bracket 2, there are much better options than this card. A Boomerang. we better get that reprint in Avatar. We won't because Boomerang in Standard is miserable. But like if you put Boomerang in Standard, then Mono Blue becomes the best deck. Maybe. Clipped? Yeah, clipped right after I say that Mono Blue becomes the best deck. Yeah, you could. Yeah, hopefully it's in Jumpstart. Yeah, for those of you who need to know, Boomerang is 2 blue mana, return target permanent to its owner's hand. This seems like a very normal card until you realize it does not say non-land. So on turn 2, you can bounce somebody's land. And then it still does everything else that the spell could do. So that is why you cannot put this in standard. Ooh, bonus sheet. There we go. That's where we could have it. Yeah. Okay. How important is Graveyard Hate in your group? Because a Scrabbling Cause does a fine job of committing crimes if you need it to. But I would rather use this slot for a spell. And Ghost Vacuum is cooler. So if it's like, hey, actually we need, like, you know, Randy the Reanimator guy is comes to play with us every Friday, and we have to have enough Graveyard Hate to keep up, then keep this, sure, but otherwise I would cut this. Needs more removal. Oh, I agree, actually. That is one thing that we are going to do. Yeah, there's your Arcane Bombardment, Lucas. Also Bounty Board, cute. I don't think this does quite enough for us because it's only a sorcery speed. It's only sorcery speed crime, and it draws our opponent's cards. All right, we've trimmed down a little bit. Let's talk about what else we can do with this deck. Because we really want to the playstyle of this deck is most likely going to be develop my own board a little bit, hold mana open to interact with you, and Marchesa helps us to keep above water cards in hand. So I'm gonna, this was my first CEDH deck ever. And it had exactly this playstyle. Now, the card itself, not super powerful, but I think it really leans into what you're doing here. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library, 1 in your hand, 1 in the graveyard. This gives us a free version of Marchesa. Of course, it's only on the first instant or sorcery each turn, but I think it is going to be important because early in the game, you are going to have to spend your removal without being able to have Marchesa on the board or having enough mana to activate the ability. And I particularly like that this card has Flash. If I'm going to be totally honest, if your typical playstyle is exactly what you described, build this deck. This is totally what that does. But I do like being able to add red into this, and you would totally, you'd have to totally redo everything because you would not have this whole Spellslinger damage angle, so we will not do that. But you certainly include this in this deck. What else am I thinking here? I think we can make a couple more trims in this department. I think we don't need this snappy. I'd rather this just be a spell. I think we also, like, this is a very good source of crimes. However, this deck, the source of its crimes should be your interaction. I would not run Soul Shatter here because it's not a crime. Because our priority here is not necessarily triggering crimes. It is interacting with our opponents. Marchesa is just the way that we are keeping parity on cards available. So a lot of these like free crime options, unless like Bothersome Closet synergizes with what we're doing. It cares about casting non-creature spells, and it stops us from getting hit. But the other crime sources, if they're just here to be crime sources, I think you actually remove them. We'll keep the Ghost Vacuum as like both good graveyard hate and a super relevant ability later. Okay. So now, what are we looking for? Oh, I would definitely be running the other way that we hit enchantments. Withering Torment. Because there are definitely some enchantments that can really hinder this deck. And Grix is famously not good at dealing with enchantments. We now have Torment, Chaos Warp, the Feed the Swarm as options. 3 mana was a little inefficient. It is inefficient, but when you only have so many options in these colors to do it, then you gotta go with it. This bribery is a fine card. I think most decks that run bribery are happy with it. But this would also be on my cut list. Sure, it commits a crime, but we don't need that kind of effect. And it's a large commitment of mana, which means we are leaving ourselves open then for our opponents to be able to do whatever they want. And if we're the table police, then we don't want to be spending 5 mana on our own turn. That's scary. I think we were going to say the same for Grape Shot. This is a source of crimes, but only after we've played a bunch of stuff already, and it has to be on our turn since Grape Shot is a sorcery. Hello, Rob the Princess. Right now, we are doing a deck tech for Marchesa, Dealer of Death. We're playing Table Police. We can, I think we can replace all of our cantrips with ones that just fell. I think I'm not going to run anything. I'm going to try and minimize sorceries, period. Because this deck is strongest when it can interact on opponent's turns. Oh yes, we are also blaming me for Once Upon a Galaxy addictions. Not Taught Scour. Thought Scour. Thought Scour. Target player puts the top 2 cards of the library into the graveyard, draw a card. I think this is just better than Ponder. Because it commits a crime, it cantrips us. Honestly, like Expedite, same thing. You can target an opponent's thing, commit a crime. You know, like, I think I go with that over Brainstorm. Because we also have access to the cards anyway because of Marchesa. So this is not nearly as good. Like, I think there were fetches here. But yeah, I want all my spell slinging to be... Oh yeah. We're not even fetching. So definitely Brainstorm not needed. What else kind of do I want for this? Trying to think what else I've got that can do that kind of thing. Oh, you know what? This is a good deck for... I love this card. I really wish that this you could make this your commander. I've struggled to find good homes for this, but this seems like a good home for it. The original Dahada is in Grixis colors. And so the +1 commits a crime, put a corruption counter on up to one other target creature or planeswalker. And this helps to lean into this like we're draining out our opponent's theme. But it also allows us to then steal stuff that we've put those corruption counters onto. I think this is worth a thought. Stuff that was in considering. Let's see. It should have copied those things. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I moved some stuff, but there might have been some stuff here already. No, there was not. With these cuts, how would you envision the deck playing and ultimately closing out games? I think if we're sticking to this plan of burning out the table, that is fine. That is, in fact, why I want more instants and sorceries, so that plan is more viable. And that is what I'm trying to figure out is exactly what I want. Yeah, also, there's no counter spells here. Are we down to, because those are also crimes. Right? I'm remembering that correctly. Target opponents, anything they control. Yeah. Totally down for counter spells? Yes, counter spells are crimes. Because it is targeting anything that an opponent controls, and they control that spell. So that counts. So yeah, I think a good suite of counter spells is totally what this deck wants. Hey Saul, I am not hammy sitting. I believe the dogs are with Airball right now. I personally am a negate believer. I'm always happy to have a negate in my commander decks. I think Swan Song, if you picked up this precon, was a pretty good deal. That being in there. Maul doesn't like negate. No. He is. If you are a person that plays counter spells and you're not in mono blue, negate is excellent. Oh, is there a sync in this? Yeah, that's super free if you don't count, the money that it takes to get one. This thing is I'm in the way, but this is $15. That's crazy. What else do I want here? Because we do want our interaction to be as cheap as possible so that we have spare mana left over for Marchesa activations. Does enemy discard count as a crime? If it targets them, sure. But if it was something like each opponent discards a card, then no. Maybe a Bergie for the mana issue. I don't think so. Because Bergie, the fact that she makes mana that can only be used that turn, uh, she's much stronger in like a storm kind of shell. But Storm Kiln Artist is a different story. I think this is the good option for it. Pulled the original version from Archidectia in the considering section. Yeah, definitely. I think that's helpful. All right. Did you send? Where did you send it to? Doctor, what is best control in this season in your opinion? Depends on what format you're playing. Over Kofi, cool. Oh man, Afterlife from the Loam. One excellent name. Don't you want to use that mana for that turn anyway for the Marchese ability cost? Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Afterlife is a card that more people should be playing. If you're able to delve the cost down to like 4 or 3, this is so much value. That said, I don't think this deck's doing that. Yeah, here let's take a look at Bergie though, because I do think this is a pretty solid suggestion. So when you cast a spell, you add a red. So you'll have you'll have 2 triggers that happen. You'll have a Bergie trigger and you'll have a Marchesa trigger. And so each of your casts produces a mana that you can use then for Marchesa's ability. I'm trying to think. I want to say that there's like also another. Oh, right. What's his face? Electro. When you cast an instant or sorcery, add a red. Now we're talking. Now this is free. We do need to now trim some stuff back down. I think I am gonna trim this Gisa because of the same thing I said for bribery. It's tough for this deck to spend a chunk of mana on its own turn. Let's see what you've got else on here. Alphanod, nah. Definitely the counters. Archon is too much mana. Knife Point is just crimes. Bloodthirsty Blade. Here, I think I can do this. I think you all can see. Codex Shredder is just crimes. Counterspell we could probably play here. Oh, are the Signets not in this deck? I think we're pretty happy with extra mana. Duelist of the Mind is just crimes. Crom is fine. Bauble does crime. Vadmir would not be awful, I don't think. But I also don't think it does enough for what we're doing in this deck. Because this is capped to once per turn, right? Yeah. I don't think this does enough. Chimes will, no. Black Market, Confidant, Miner. I don't think we have use. If it could block, well, the card would be crazy if it could block, but Cutter, Cut Down. Dika is pretty cool. I used to have a Dika deck. Duelist, Duress, Gandalf, Bauble. Yeah, I think a lot of this is... This is all... I'm looking... I think I'm looking for more instants. I think that is the thing that I am looking for specifically here. Do or Die is decent interaction. It goes a bit wider and a crime. Yeah, but the benefit is that Do or Die is cheap. But I don't know. Oh, that is not helpful. That's funny. It's kind of hard to search for. I guess, oh, I can do this, right? I can... Yeah, it's only 2 mana, and it does target a player. But at that point, you are then only killing the worst half of one player's creatures. Let's see. So we have... Yeah. I think you just go boop, boop, boop. Because getting the mana on the board early is pretty good. It feels like appropriate for this deck to run Shoot the Sheriff. I do think this could just be Doomblade or whatever else. It could be Bitter Triumph. But we are a little light, to be honest, on cheap creature removal. Like, for what this deck wants to do. Okay, I'm going to make 2 more cuts. I think they're going to be creatures, and then we're going to test this deck out. This is very cute, but it is particularly situational. And Knights Get Familiar. Let's look at our color breakdown for that. That's pretty good. I think we keep the familiar. We are happy for more mana. Oops. I think this. I'm unless I'm missing something for this duelist. I don't think we need that, right? We're also probably letting somebody off pretty easy since all of our stuff is cheap. Prismari Command is pretty good. Well, I guess we're at 100. We're at 100. We have not added lands, though, which is the thing that... We added an MDFC. It crimes and draws cards. Wait, what does? This? It does crime, it does draw cards, but it puts our life total at risk and does not put their life total at very much risk at all. My guess is that we will not have problems committing crimes. It's a little slow. Oh, we have a catacomb. Okay. Xander's Lounge on 1. Sulphur Falls on 2. We probably bolt something. Draw. There's our catacomb on 3. I think you can put out Marchesa here. I don't think people are going to be looking to kill that. Draw. So this, we open now with 4 mana. Some interaction. I think we play the Path of Ancestry here. Leaves us with 3 mana. We end up interacting with something here. So it's probably an Abrade. I think a Negate is less likely to be played at this point. And then we Marchesa and look at 2. Okay, that's easy. This goes to hand. We draw. This is our turn 5. Turn 5. And so we've interacted with 2 things that we didn't want so far. Now we are very flexible. Because on turn, with 5 mana up, we pass the turn. If nothing happens that we are too scared about, we flash Nimrus in at the end of the turn before us. And now we're in excellent shape. If something happens that we don't like, we have kill a creature, we have stop a non-creature. So we can stop whatever we want, and we have enough mana to also pay for Marchesa. All right, let's look at what happens if we ramp. Turn 1, turn 2. Let's play this since we don't have more mana. Turn 3. We have some options here. What do I want in this moment? I think I would just go Talisman, Marchesa. This is opening on turn 4. Turn 4, we have 5 mana. 2 cards for interaction. Yeah, we probably just play the Lounge. Lounge and get like an Archer on board. We cast either Nowhere to Run or Prismari Command, whichever one is more relevant. Hopefully it is Nowhere to Run because that allows us to also... Oops. That allows us to also activate Marchesa. We look at 2. We take the land because we don't have a lot of instant sorcerers in hand. Draw. This is our turn 5. Play a Mistrized Village. Untapped because we have a mountain. We have 7 mana available to us. If we count everything as 1 more, this is 4. This is 7. So we can in this rotation cast Prismari Command and a Braid and get Marchesa rebate cards. We can cast Magda and still hold up a piece of interaction and get treasure off of that. We can cast Electrostatic Field and still have mana up for interaction. In fact, what we can do here is go Field, Magda, still have 3 mana left for a Braid, and pay for Marchesa. Looking at Pinnacle Monk and Eroded Canyon. This does look pretty decent to me. I'll be real. I don't think the Stahada is good here. I kind of want like one more cantrip or something. Something very cheap that crimes, but like as a spell. So what if we do draw target type instant mana value equals 1. What does that give us? God, I love Disrupt. This is a card I've been sneaking into decks here and there. It's so situational, but God, does it feel like everything is perfect when you get this to work. So only counters instants or sorceries, and only taxes it by 1, but it does draw a card. Don't run the card; it's not good. Trying to see if there's like anything that's super relevant. Oh, Peak. I would rather run Peak than what's its face? Git Probe. Just because it's an instant. Extract? What's extract? Just like extract search target library, player's library for card, remove. That's funny. You know what? I'd say yeah. I'd say go for it if this was an instant. If this was an instant. That's a very important part for this deck. Oh, you know what? I want to check something. All right. I have a replacement for this Sunscorched status art. I know about this card because I ran it in something. This has got like a reprint, right? Yeah. Oh, why is this so expensive? Yeah, this is Hammerheim. It taps for red. It does not come into play tapped, but you can also remove all land walking abilities from target creature until end of turn. So that's a crime, and it does. Your target does not have to actually have any land walking abilities at all. Yeah. Oh yeah, Urborg from the same cycle. This one, right? Yeah, same thing. Target creature loses first strike or swamp walk. The blue one, Teleria, is I don't remember if this is also does relevant things during upkeep. Remove ban. Okay, so this only works during upkeep. So not as helpful. Yeah, there was a cycle of these lands that all came in untapped and produced colored mana, but all removed a thing. This one I don't think you would run. But yeah, if you want to, you should run Urborg and Hammerheim. Rashad Import, if it did not cost mana. Well, if it did not cost mana, the card would be even more busted, but yeah, you drop a mountain, drop a swamp, or whatever. I think the last thing that you could consider for this deck are some spells that some spells like Pyrokinesis or like Soul Spike. Actually, Pyrokinesis is probably the only one that you can play in this. So exile a red card from your hand rather than pay its cost, and then it does damage. So crime. This is part of that whole thing where your deck's choke point is mana, but you'll always have spare cards in your hand because of Marchese's ability. So stuff like this that allows you to use cards in your hand as resources instead is pretty good. You're playing in bracket 2, so obviously I'm not recommending like Force of Will or things like that. But I don't remember if there are like this. I think is probably the best option. Forbidden Orchard also targets opponents. Is that in here? Yeah. It's beautiful. Thunderclap Drake, what are you actually reducing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, yeah. So I think your cut has to be here. Oh, man. Mauled Hound. Mauled Hound. Oh yeah, I gotta message him. I got a thing. We gotta talk. We gotta talk about a stream thing. This I hope he realizes this copy pasta does not stop the fact that he's bald. It's not does not compensate. But yeah, I think this this takes us in the right direction. So there you go, Yak and Elect Man. You've got the link to the deck there. This is very cool. Okay. Our next deck tech. Submitted by Wesley and Saltboy. Xyrus the Writhing Storm. And this is a very specific deck that I actually got to play against at Magicon. So the card itself, this commander has been approached a couple different ways, but you have 5 mana for 3/5 with flying. Whenever an opponent draws a card except the first one they draw in their draw step, you make a 1/1 snake. So anybody draws more than their 1 for turn, you make that many snakes. And when Xyrus hits a player, you and that player draw that many cards. But this deck is built so every card is dependent on your opponents in some way or another. So every non-land card in this deck refers to the opponent in some way, and almost everything cares about them doing things. So let's do grid. And then type and mana value. Okay. So we have stuff like Mold Adder. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, you put a counter on it. Okay. Cares about what our opponents are doing. Went back to Antiquities for a Sentinel Druid. Gets +1/+1 each time an opponent casts an artifact, so it's a counter. Fairy Mastermind, of course, cares about opponents drawing cards. Ghostly Pilfer cares about them casting from outside of the hand. Polywog Prodigy cares about when they're casting cheap non-creature spells. Lots of stuff like that. Elect Man, speaking of tomorrow's stream with Mauled, assuming at least that it is uh, about custom cards tomorrow, pick a 3-color combo. I'm not saying that I'm guaranteed to make cards for it, but looking for a bit of extra inspiration. Okay. I give you Jeskai as someone who has a particular love for that color combination, but I feel like has been a little stale from Wizards lately. It's been just a whole lot of recycling. Hey, if you cast 2 spells, do stuff. Hey, prowess. So well, yeah. But yeah. All right, so we have stuff that triggers when our opponents do things. Some of these are hurting them. Some of them are helping us. Volunteer. Right now, we're doing a deck tech for this Xyrus deck, which is all things that care about our opponents doing stuff. Now, even our ramp, and I talked to Wes about this in person a little bit on how hard it was for him to find ramp that fits this theme. We have Quarian Explorer and Sylvok Explorer, which both care about what lands our opponents have, so that fits. We also, of course, have Felwar Stone, which is the same thing, but there were not really any other options for any ramp, no mana rocks or anything like that that cares about what our opponents do. I think Rurik Thar is also would be a funny one. But yeah, we have hurting our opponents for doing stuff. Same here. This is sacrificing artifacts, deals damage to them. Also, stuff like Heartwood Storyteller and Runic Armasaur. Or I guess, no, I'm thinking of something else. But this is helping opponents out when you do stuff. This is also helping opponents out. Pain Distributor is another like kind of ramp for this deck, since it cares about when artifacts go into opponents' graveyards. Kibo also kind of that, because like it does produce bananas that ramp you. Oh, Volunteer. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. That is one of my first recommendations. But we'll get to that. Let's I'm gonna explore the rest of the deck first. Yeah, Tari Mauler, Mana Gorger, Hydra, Forgotten Ancient, all things that grow bigger when our opponents play stuff. This deck totally needed this Cabbage Merchant. Sure, the set has not quite dropped yet, but whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, you make a food, and then you can tap foods for mana. And Treasure Napper. So we'll take whatever we can get as ways to produce mana for this deck. Oh, Rurik Thar is in this deck. There we go. Yeah, our top end still has to care about our opponents doing stuff, but Rurik Thar deals a chunk of damage for non-creatures. Dragon Lair Spider making 1/1s on any casts. I think Red Death is not quite what this deck is trying to do. As opposed to it caring about them doing things, it helps them to do things. It says, hey, that thing has got an attack now, and you get a card. We're going as bad as Dirt Cowl Worm. Whenever opponent plays a land, put a counter onto it with no other text. Kazul is a card that I've been playing a lot more of in my mono red decks. Tangarth cares about opponents attacking, etc., etc. The first pre-release card was that this Saul Dirt Cowl Worm. Jeez. Yeah, this just goes to show you all, this is how far the game has come. This was like, hey, this card is so cool and powerful and inspirational. This is what's going to get people in the doors for our pre-release. Let's see. Sorceries. Borrowing arrows cares about tap creatures from opponents. Tempt with Discovery. So we also have a couple of these Tempt cards. Discovery, Tempt with Mayhem, that do more things if our opponents choose to do stuff. I think this is expanding the theme a little bit. But we do need to fill slots, so... Oh yeah, Tempest with Traywin Rider and Curse Scroll and so many other things. Jeez. Introduction, still and other stuff. Seed Time. Beautiful. Perfect card for this. Good night, Elect Man. Thank you as always for supporting the stream and always giving me some very interesting decks to take a look at. Hopefully the Lesbian Crime Coalition is able to function a little smoother now. There's our 1 mana rock because it cares about opponent stuff. But we do get a little extra ramp in enchantments. Burgeoning, allowing us to drop extra lands when they do. Carpet of Flowers, caring about opponent's islands. And then we have like some classic, hey, you did a thing, I get a big thing. Mind's Dilation, casting from their deck for free. Lurking Predators, putting our creatures on the play for free. Hey, thank you so much for that gift, King Cow. Some new hotness with March of the World Ooze. And then a healthy 38 lands. All right, God, you know I'm a sucker for a deck, like a deck theme that is really committed to, and I think this deck really does it. And it does present a real strategy together. Like, some of these cards don't quite fit, but in general, we have this extra draw synergy with Xyrus and things like Fairy Mastermind, things like Razorkin Needlehead, profiting off of our opponents drawing extra cards. But then we also have stuff like Zenith Chronicler, Heartwood Storyteller, that's all forcing our opponents to draw more cards. And then if our opponents have more cards, they will want to do more things, allowing us to get stuff off of our bigger things. I do want to talk about Perplexing Chimera for a moment. So this card, 5 mana, 3/3. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you can exchange control of the Chimera and that spell. If you do, you can choose new targets for the spell. This card, on paper, is like, whoa, what a wacky, chaotic sort of effect. In practice, people hate this. People hate this so much. I would recommend not playing this card because of what it does to a game. It's not that it can't be beat. It's not that it ruins things. But it makes every single decision that you make difficult. Every single spell that you play, you have to consider, okay, am I okay with this getting Chimera'd? And people are usually not game for that sort of for that happening. It has made many more people unhappy than it has made people enjoy the wackiness of it. Replace it with a Psychosis Crawler. Well, you see, Psychosis Crawler would be good. However, it does not reference what our opponents are doing at all. If I could spell. Right, so here's our Psychosis Crawler. Power dot is equal to cards in our hand and triggers when we draw. So we would be breaking the theme for that. Here are some cards that I found. One, my first thought, I still need to pick up a bunch of these because I think they're funny. Kosi's Trickster. Whenever an opponent shuffles their library, put a counter on Kosi's Trickster. I think this card is busted considering how modern Commander functions. Everybody is shuffling constantly. It punishes them for that, and makes players consider not doing that. I think that I think this just works perfectly for this deck. Leela, Sevateem Warrior from the Doctor Who set. There we go. Whenever an opponent draws a card except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, we've already seen those words on our commander, put a counter on Leela. This deck is very good at making our opponents draw extra cards. Why not have a creature that gets real big off of that too? Predatory Hunger. I forget exactly what that does. Oh, this is thing. I think this fits the theme. So whenever an opponent successfully casts a creature spell, put a counter on enchanted creature. I just don't think this does enough for us. Granted, we are playing Dirt Cowl Worm, so that isn't really saying anything. But I think this is Dirt Cowl Worm territory. I think it fits the theme really well, but I don't think we need it. Bounty Board. So we saw this in the previous submission. I don't know that this quite fits the theme. Like, I guess it kind of counts because it cares about when our opponent's creatures are dying. We do, yeah, definitely have Burgeoning in. But I think this is worth a consideration because we're struggling so much for ramp. Oh, right. So, yeah. Who was it that mentioned the Force Fruition? You 100% run this card in the deck. This is great. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player draws 7 cards. This is totally what we want to do. It is incredibly on theme, and it synergizes really well with Xyrus and a lot of the other things that we're doing. So, like, now our opponent, with, like, if we have, like, Needlekin on board, or Scrawling Crawler, or just Xyrus, we get so much off of that. Now, sure, somebody could try and, like, combo off with us or something, but we're like, decidedly bracket 2. If not, like, a good example of bracket 1 for this. Not that the deck is non-functional. Bracket 2 is just, like, we are theme first, and I think that is totally what this deck is. You definitely run Force Fruition here. I also like Nezahal. This cares when an opponent casts a non-creature spell, you draw a card. It is also large creature. We have some top end here, but not a ton. And this seems very on theme. King Cow, appreciate you again. Thank you for spreading the love in the community. Here's an old staple. This used to be played in every single Commander deck ever. Now you don't see it anymore because power creep. But whenever an opponent draws a card, you can pay 1, and you can draw a card. And we are making them draw many cards. I think you could definitely run that here. Cindervines. Oh yeah. I think this is in the considering section. Maybe. Oh, it's in the sideboard. Yeah, I totally think that you add Cindervines to this deck. Because we are also kind of light on actual removal here. So this fits our theme because it deals damage to opponents when they cast non-creature spells, but we can also sack it to destroy artifacts or enchantments, which we are very much lacking. Let's see. Dinosaur with a similar effect from New Ixalan? To which thing? Oh, you're thinking the uncommon. That deals damage when players cast not on their turn. I think, right? Zoria? I like Thundering Mightmare here. Whenever opponent casts a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and it does it for itself and for another creature. I think in the 5-mana green creature slot, this is significantly better than Dirt Cow Worm. Cobra Trap. Yeah, I think all of the traps also could be played here. I think all of the traps would be on theme. So if your opponent did a thing. And this just makes 4 snakes, which is okay. Pretty good for 1 green mana. But what other traps do we have? Trap, let's do, if that should get what we want. Yeah. Yeah. What traps are actually useful to us? Inferno Trap. We again are missing interaction. Lava Ball Trap. If an opponent had 2 or more lands enter the battlefield under their control, you can pay this for 5 at instant speed. I look, it's on theme. I'm here for it. Lethargy Trap. Scytheclaw Raptor. There we go. Oh, we're absolutely running Rune Flare Trap. Come on. If an opponent drew 3 or more cards this turn, you can pay 1 rather than pay its mana cost. Deals damage to target player equal number of cards in that player's hand. I could not think of a more perfect card for exactly this deck. Wow. Emrakul, you know what? I'm with you. That is a very funny suggestion. to be like, okay, this deck is all about the choices that you make, the things that you do. Trigger this deck. Oh, by the way, I'm going to control your turn for you. Yeah, I think those are the good traps for this. Coveted Jewel. I think I considered Coveted Jewel for this. I did. I don't think it quite fits the theme that we're looking for, because it's very much like Consequences. You did this, where the things that we get a benefit from the things that opponents are doing. Coveted Jewel, we are giving a benefit. Well, thank you again, King Cow. I really also appreciate that, like, you're doing this for people that are active in the chat. Like, that does mean a lot. Let me get these traps into. Yeah, Rune Flare trap, man. That's gonna do some stuff in this deck. We have the newer card, Avalanche Sector 7. Avalanche Sector 7. Power toughness, or power equal to number of artifacts your opponents control. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, it deals a damage to that player. We have a little bit of synergy with this already, with stuff like Kibo and Pain Distributor giving our opponents artifacts to use. Let's see. I know this is a deck tech for someone else, but now I really want to see me play this on the show. I'm kind of tempted. Does this deck want Monarchy either in Spirit or in Mechanics? It does have it in one instance already, but I think otherwise, no. It has Ember Wild Captain, because when an opponent attacks you while you're the Monarch, it deals damage to them equal number of cards in hand. So it both cares about what our opponents are doing, and then causing a consequence for it. And the consequence is perfectly tailored to Xyrus. Jester's Mask? I don't know that Jester's Mask fits this theme, right? Unless I'm remembering this card wrong. Look through a target opponent's hand and library, give them a new hand with as many. I mean, like, the card is wild, but I don't know that it quite fits what we're doing. The Jinxed cycle, yeah. I just built a deck where the Jinxed stuff was, like, actually playable in it. It was one of the cards that cared about opponents controlling our stuff. Volunteer, how do you submit decks for techs? All you have to do is go to the link down in the other corner there, or I think there we go. There's the link. You should see the item in the shop, and that adds you to the list for today to have your deck teched. Also, I have a personal soft spot for this card. I don't know why. I think it's just because, like, I had one for a long time, and, like, was putting it in random 60 card like kitchen table Magic decks back in the day. But Snake Pit, I think, is just significantly better than something like Mold Adder. Like, even if this does the thing, it doesn't matter. But making a bunch of 1/1s, also good. Rob, Zidane would be good if we could run it in this deck. All right, and then Wes and Saltboy are not here, so I don't know if these count. But two sources of ramp that I thought might be legal in this deck. Blitzball. Sacrifice, activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. It's not quite like dependent on what our opponents are doing. It's more dependent on what an opponent has had done to them. But it does specifically say, it just specifically references an opponent and a thing about an opponent. And I think if we're willing to go to Felwar Stone kind of abilities, that Blitzball is an adequate mana rock for this deck. In a deck that like barely has any. The other one is Cavern Horde Dragon. Very different vibe. Costs X less, where X is the number of artifacts an opponent controls, and then when it hits them, you make a treasure token for each artifact that player controls. I also feel like this fits the theme, but it doesn't. It doesn't directly say like. It doesn't directly reference an action an opponent takes. But yeah. I feel like that totally fits. Also, I gotta say, so when I do these deck techs, particularly for the ones that I have ahead of time, I will play test them. I'll do some goldfishing as part of the prep for it. This deck is impossible to goldfish because you need the other opponents to exist to have an idea of what this deck is doing. So I thought that was very funny. Yeah, like here, look. All right, we yeah, like we have burgeoning right away. We have burgeoning. I mean, like you can assume everybody plays a land on turn one, right? I think that's a pretty safe assumption. You go turn one, burgeoning. That allows us to go, land. I think we have to keep whatever spells that we see on top. We keep that, and we play like land. We untap. We draw this Cabbage Merchant. We play another land, and we play Xyrus. I don't know, because then it's really important to know if this lives or not. But it's funny. Yeah, this deck is very cool. They're not here, but if anybody wants to see it for the link, there it is. Yeah, this is pretty great. Okay. I believe that actually is the end of the list of deck techs for today. We, of course, if anybody decides to get one on Ko-fi, we will do more. But otherwise, I don't think I need Gatherer anymore. I'm going to take a quick moment to get a snack. To end up building a Noctis list, I have not yet. Do you mean the new one, or do you mean there's two Noctises right now? This is the one that's spoiled, that's coming out in December. Or do you mean the play stuff from your graveyard one? I assume you said because of the short you mean the one in the holiday boxes. Yeah, yeah. Heir apparent, not hair apparent. Okay, I do want to talk about this a little bit because this is what's been taking up space in my brain right now. So everybody has been complaining about standard. I promise I'll keep this short because I know some of you are not interested, but I think you should be interested. They're like, blah, Vivi broken, mono red, too good, everything, blah. I made this mono blue deck, and I think it's perfect, and it has barely lost. And it's pretty budget. If anybody is looking for something funky to try out in standard, I recommend this. Um, like I said, sorry for talking about it, but I want to, and I'm in control because I think Hydro-Man is a really good card, and I am going to be building the commander deck for this. But it allows me to play my favorite 1v1 play style, which is mono blue tempo, because this gives you mana to interact with and somebody to hit people with on your turn. So we have a lot of ways to interact with our opponent, or at least play on their turn. So we have Malcolm's with Flash, we have Enduring Curiosity with Flash, we have 16 instants. We can dig through our deck, we can bounce their stuff, we can counter their stuff. I don't know that this card is actually constructed playable at all. But I spoiled this card. Like, this was one of my preview cards, so I can't not play it. And it is surprisingly hard to find any decent counter spells for 2 mana in current standard. Secret Identity is also I really liked here because you can use the Conceal to protect one of your creatures by giving it hexproof, but the Reveal turns a creature into a base power and toughness 3/4 with flying. If you cast that on Hydro-Man, it allows it to get in because of the flying, and it changes its base power and toughness. So any boost that it gets from the first ability still adds on to that. So, and then my spicy tech is running 2 Rivers Rebuke. I showed this list to Airball, and he's like, I don't think that this spell ever resolves in a meaningful way. And I was like, it has won me many games, and games that I would not have won with a lot of other cards. Because what this deck is really good at doing is disrupting your opponents enough to keep them off balance and allow you to get enough mana to work with. Because we're mono blue. We are not good at dealing with problems that hit the board. We either have to counter them or we have to give ourselves more time. River's Rebuke gives us a whole lot of time because, God, every single card in Standard right now does a million things, produces 50 tokens. This has the reset that this does has given me so many wins. I played this on like somebody playing there's an Esper Pixie list, or like there's a bunch of Pixie lists that like are bouncing like Storm Chaser's talent over and over again to make a billion little Prowess Otter tokens. And so a lot of decks struggle to play against those because it just there's so many things on board that single target removal is not good. And then the control decks, like, sure, they can board wipe, but the deck rebuilds after that. But I'm able to keep some pressure on by hitting them and then resolve this. It also means your Hydra Man gets through. The most important things, Enduring Curiosity is the way that you refill your hand, because we are playing a lot of 1-for-1 cards, or cards that are not even really 1-for-1. Like, we have to be able to bounce their stuff and feel okay about it. And then Tempest Djinn, I was not sure this card would be playable in the current meta. This deck, this card was vital in one of the only other time that mono blue was viable in standard. Does this have a sideboard? Yes, we can get to that. Back when the original Ixalan was in standard, like this and Dominaria, the original Dominaria set were together. There was a mono blue shitters list. Yeah. I can give you all the link. Don't spread it around though. Oops. I'm trying to perfect this thing, and you had that mono blue deck and paper. Yeah, I played so much of that on Arena. I loved that deck so much, and I think this card is playable still. What this does is it ramps the clock up by a lot. Because up to this point, we're really only getting like Spyglass Siren and Malcolm in and Hydra Man in for a little bit of damage here and there. But we can commit 3 mana on our turn for a Tempest Djinn that is suddenly smacking them for 4 or 5 damage per turn and still have mana up to interact. Let's take a look at the sideboard. We have Cryptic Coats. This used to be worth money. This is good against grindier matchups, good against control, good against mid-range. Not only does it give you an unblockable creature, but if this is your only card left, it itself you can just replay and keep making bodies. Also good against mid-range or control is Stoic Sphinx. I have not seen anybody else playing this, but I've had some success with it because it hits hard and is really hard to interact with since it has hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn. And so really the only way that people can deal with it is to board wipe or to force you to cast a spell. Then, of course, we have mono red, which has been kind of rampant. There's a lot of aggro decks. For that, we have Desculpting Blast. Return a permanent to his owner's hand. If he was attacking, you make a 1/1 flyer. That's pretty great. It's disruptive. And making the 1/1 is super relevant because of Enduring Curiosity. So we can this 1/1 ends up drawing us a bunch of cards. Flood Pit's Drowner, also very nice. I'm trying to decide on whether or not this actually makes it into the main deck. Because it, we're doing the mono blue tempo thing. We are not solving problems. We are just pausing problems. But even if you use the second ability, that can solve problems. Sure. We have some Graveyard Hate against like VV, and there are a couple other decks that care a little bit about what's going on in the graveyard. Also good against the aggro decks is Harbinger of the Tides. This is really two mana for a 2/2 that bounces a creature, because obviously they're attacking every turn, so the creatures are always tapped. And you can use it at flash speed if you want to for an extra 2 mana. And then we have like a little adjustment to our interaction if we want. We can add our an additional spell pierce. We can add disdainful strokes. Yeah. Volunteer. No, we did not. We've actually always been in Washington. We always say Portland because nobody knows where anything in Washington is other than Seattle. But we are actually in Washington. Yeah, so this is the deck I've been playing. It's a lot of fun. It is tricky because you have to decide what you can interact with and what you can't. But that is the thing that I really enjoy about playing Mono Blue Tempo is your threat assessment has to be really on point because you're gonna just let some things exist and your solutions to things are not great, but you have to decide, great, can I kill them before they can kill me? You're just disrupting tempo. You're not actually directly solving a lot of problems. All right. Well, we can build a deck, or we can play some stuff. Let's see. For custom card inspiration for tomorrow, could I ask for you to give me 2 commanders to mash together March of the Machine style? Preferably not going above 3 colors. Okay. I am not going to give you 2 specific commanders, but some commanders that I've been thinking a lot about recently are the original pit fighters from Onslaught. So those 5 cards are Arcanus the Omnipotent, Jareth something something, Silvos something elemental. Kamal is not one of them. Kamal is canonically a pit fighter, but is not part of the pit fighter cycle, which is funky. The red pit fighter is Rorik's Bladewing. Visara the Dreadful is the black one. I think we covered them all. But yeah, give me some combination of those. They're all monocolored. But like, and so I think they're all pretty straightforward. So like giving me a twist that's interesting, I think will be fascinating. I'm gonna put up a poll real quick on what to do next, while I grab a little bite to eat. So let me see. Leave this up for 5 minutes while I put on something. Yeah, Zoria. See, that's why I'm like they're all pretty simple. So like you could just straight up mash them together, but I want to see an interesting blend of I like something a little innovative. All right, the poll is up, everybody. I will be back in a few minutes to do what we decide. I am hungry. Uh-oh, we tied. That's... What do I do? Uh... Do both? I also was too... It went away too fast. What were the two... What were the two, the two winning things? We can do both. I'm not gonna do both at the same time. But hmm. Is it worth downloading? I mean, to be transparent, we are sponsored by them, but I know a lot of people have been having a good time with it. I have been playing it, and it's hard for me to commit to any game that is not Magic. I just get bored of things very quickly, and I have actually been playing a ton of this. So take that for what it's worth. Yeah, see, that's the other thing is I personally don't have a lot of lot to go off of because I haven't played a lot of auto battlers, but what is the optimal bracket to build the Watcher in the water in? Like 2? I think get away with 3 maybe, but 2 depending on like the style of the build. If you all am I going to play Riftbound? Yes, and I have. I don't know how much I will get into it, but I have played it. I had a good time. If they come out with a digital client, that would help a lot, but we will see. Yes. Okay. For those of you who decide to play Once Upon a Galaxy, do me a favor so that I don't get in trouble. You can download it on mobile. But I know that we have a code for we have a code for downloading it on PC. And so I still Nerd Girl is, you know, on the other side of the world traveling right now, has not responded to me on what the code like the link that we have is, and I can't find it. Save that download for when we have our actual download link, because that will help us. Okay. We need to build a deck. Here's what we could build. We will be doing a pod in December of all commanders that cost 12 mana. And it's exactly 4 of them. So these will have to be the pod. 2 mono green decks. Eldrazi. And Name as 1. So we could build one of these. We will build all of these decks. They will all be built for the show, but we could build one of them now. We also are very likely to be doing a the PlayStation ones. So I've already built Kratos, mono red Kratos. So doing Last of Us or we've already done that one. I probably won't do Kratos and Atreus since I already will have a Kratos done. We could do Nathan Drake, Aloy. I don't know. I have not. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Aloy. I just don't know where the emphasis is. We could build Jin Sakai. People have really liked this commander. Yeah, those are the ones. Aloy. But yeah, because we'll definitely be doing a PlayStation pod because these are good designs. People really liked this card. Yeah. Or pronounce it as Allie, like the name Allie, and then convince everybody that that's always how you've said that's the creature type. That's how you pronounce the actual creature type as well. This is my Allie's deck. So we know we have mono red Kratos in the pod. Aloy definitely helps with colors. So does Jin. Oh, Rob, I've been waiting for that Iname as one build. It's gonna be great. Yeah, so we Kratos, we probably do like one Last of Us deck. And that leaves 3 other games. What do we not play? I wish this design was it does feel like Nathan Drake is missing something. Also, when was the last Uncharted game? So maybe we do Aloy and Jin Sakai. I think this one has to happen because this one has been so popular. How far ahead do you know who your guests are going to be for an episode? It really depends. That's definitely a nerd girl question. Sometimes we know like way ahead of time. Sometimes we don't know until like the week of. It depends on like if the themes are particularly suited to certain people, or if we know that certain friends or guests are flying in for like a specific weekend. All right. Shouldn't Tomb Raider count as a PlayStation? I guess yeah. Also, All right, I'm going to give you all 3 options. I think I'm definitely going to be building this deck. This is, I think, been one of the most popular from this rotation, if not the most popular. I'm interested to see what I would do with this, because Simic Artifacts is funky. Or we're building an Ame as one. Those are your 3 options. I'll put up a quick poll for it. All right, this is a shorty 2-minute poll. Give me a chance to eat some of this. This is leftover Hawaiian. It's excellent. Her early lead for Name is one. I knew there would be some Jin Sakai fans. Oh, this also reminds me I need to text Maud about what's happening tomorrow. Quick rules question. With Aname, can you trigger the second ability and put it in the command zone instead of exile? Yes. So you can say, great, ability resolve. I will exile it and then return a spirit from a graveyard to play. And then there is the state-based action check. It is in exile. Move it to command zone. Oh, that was a close one. Jirachi, as long as you didn't use that to determine who you were attacking. All right, we're doing this. Maname is one. Tesla, I do think that's what happened. What? All right. I'm going to build in stacks, I think. All right, baby. Iname has won 12 whole mana. When it comes into play, if you played it from your hand, you can search for a spirit card and put it into play. And then when it's put into a graveyard from play, you can exile it and return a spirit from your graveyard to play. Huh. It's also not particularly large for it costing 12 mana. Man, I have not thought about this deck for, like, so long. Alright. First of all, I think this is a requirement. We have to have both Inames. Zoria, how dare you? All right. No, I'm I think I'm going to build this pretty straightforward because nobody has thought about this card for so long. And I want to see what the 2025 Commander version of Iname as 1 looks like. So, yeah, we have Iname Death and Iname Life. This is when it enters, search for any number of spirits and put them in your graveyard. When this is put into a graveyard, return a number of spirits from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. So, I ideally, this is, like, spirit-centered. I think I want to see it do the thing that it does. But, man, played it from your hand sucks. Deeply attached to 32 lands. The first built deck I built based heavily on EDH rec averages. You can't trust the people. The people are wrong. Only me. I'm the only correct one. Campfire. Yeah, we're probably campfiring. We're probably command beaconing. Netherborn Altar, yeah. All right, let's start there. I think this is likely to happen. So, like, what is the cool thing for this to do that is in the spirit of the card? It tutors a spirit to the battlefield. Myojin would be cool if they did anything with this. It doesn't work because the Myojin only come into play with the counter if you cast them from your hand, so you can't search for one with a Name and have it work. Stupid OG Kamigawa. I love it so much, but wow. Some cards were not good. Patron of Arachi. Maybe. What do I want here? What is Hirobi? Hirobi is a spirit, yes. Life aspect picks up, but it doesn't get the counter, right? Oh, you mean Aname, not Myojin. Hmm. All right, wait. Okay. Because I think my ideal for like flavor win is Aname is one, enters, you search for one of these Aname. So you search for death aspect. It puts any number of spirits into your graveyard, including life aspect. You sack Iname as one, return uh this one to the battlefield. You can't grab stuff from the backside. But Greater Good will be okay. That's why this card is so ridiculous. Like, it's paid 12 whole mana. Why is this only an 8/8? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cal, now you're thinking. Because we also have to consider that this will be playing against Emrakul steal all your creatures. And then 2 mono green. Yeah. I see all y'all with your Maskwood Nexuses. I don't even know that we need it. Ash of the Fallen. Now you're talking. That's cuter. I like that. Just a billion board wipes. No. There's a way to do this. HD. Sanctum of Eternity, that's the bounce one, right? Right? Is that what that is? Oh, yeah. No, because this is only a dies trigger. Or are you saying so that we can cast it and then return it? I am not doing that. If that's the thought, there's no way I'm paying 24 mana to do the thing. Life Spinner. I'm considering going all in on old school spirit and arcane stuff and trying to figure out how to make that work. Oh yeah, Road of Return is another way to do it, right? Yeah, good call. Life Spinner is Oji Kamigawa, yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. We'll compete with Galta if we go the arcane route. But here's the thing. I can make it so that the Galta deck does not. Yeah, I think so. You're totally on with Kura. I think the Junji is also good here. Mm, there's something that makes this work. I just need to figure out what it is. I think we gotta run the classics, right? This is Kamigawa All Stars. Grave Waker. I don't. What do you do again? That's decent, and it is a spirit. Okay. So is maybe what this does? The game plan is just cast an Ame as one, use that to search for an Ame death spirit, death aspect, and then fill the graveyard and play anything that allows us to reanimate everything. Like it's, and you just like try and hold out until you can do that. Blood collective balance. No. We, I, I don't even want a game where I am casting an Ame as one multiple times. You want yeah, Kodama. I don't remember which Kodama that is. It's got to be East because it's the only other. It's the decent one, but not the pricey one. Yeah, screw it. You know what? This is gonna be a ton of ramp, a ton of ramp to get an Ame out, to find death aspect, to then grab everything that we want, and it's just going to dump. It's going to dump the dream team of Kamigawa spirits onto the board. I think this is what it's got to be. We're taking your suggestions. We're going with Patron and Arachi. We're definitely going with Seki. Elvish Spirit Guide. I mean, like, yeah, I don't even know that is terribly helpful here, though. The one extra mana as opposed to just having a ramp piece. All right. Cofferlands. Majestic Genesis. Reveal the top X cards in your library, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander you own in the battlefield or in the command zone. Put any number of permanents from among them onto the battlefield. I'm just gonna take a look at my top 12. Ooh. Oh, I forgot. Also, that helps remind me. As we were building, I'm going to build this the way that I feel, and I appreciate your suggestions, and I will probably use some of them. But if you want to guarantee that a card makes it into the list, you can always sponsor a card by donating a Ko-fi or 3 gifted subs, and your name gets put onto the sleeve on the card that gets played on the show. So if it shows up, then we will shout you out and or curse your name. It's temp with discovery, right? Um, Yargo Motani. Yeah, but I like they don't really do anything, and that could be just another Kamigawa spirit. All right, hold on. Uh, uh, I don't remember what the set abbreviations for the original Kamigawa sets are. No, no, no. All right. Oh, we got a right. Life Spinner. Definitely going in. Sack 3 spirits, search for legendary spirit, put it into play. SOK, thank you. And is it BOK? Yeah, it's not. Oh, I need to do ors. Complicated. All right, we're taking a look here. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think we do just jam the Myojin in. Oh, Bounteous Kieran. That's kind of funny. Oh, I gotta. Oops. Oh, Zubera. I have a list somewhere I think, but I need to like flesh it out of doing Rook Caramel Zubera. So it's like Sliver Zubera weird 5-color something. I might end up cutting up some of these, but I'm gonna look for what I think is like kind of playable, and then we'll cut back from there. Yeah, I don't know that this deck is going to have many cards in hand, but I'll look back at that. Man, this brings me back. Kuro. That card's cool. Culling Ritual. I think Culling Ritual is great in this pod. Sure, it won't hit your commanders, but it will hit every spell that you've been, all of your rocks that you've been trying to do. Like, it's gonna wreck the Eldrazi player. Hard on Soul Shift? I don't think so. I think only if it makes sense. Each opponent discards their hand. I don't think I run this because that's not fun. Sure. I mean, this is Saizan is, I feel like, pretty iconic from that. Sorry, Sheree, I don't think you will do anything in this deck. Where's the green Baku? Did I miss this? Petalmain Baku, there we go. This stores up mana when you play spirits. Yeah, this is very funny. I have to decide if it really works here, but oh, we obviously need Kodama's Reach. Wild Pair. That's right. We search for something with the same something something. Search for creature with the same power and toughness. I think we're okay with that. All right, so now let's find the most playable spirits in these colors. What just incidentally is a spirit that we are playing in these? Here's just Incubator, makes a lot of sense, yeah. Yeah, I do like Permeating Mass. I think it's kind of funny. Might end up using that just because funny. Padoka Gardener. Yeah. Yeah. I'm good with the Padoka Gardener in this. Seaport Muse's Spirit. Yeah. We're probably. I think we're building within bracket 2 constraints, even though these decks may not be considered bracket 2. But we just don't use Game Changers because everybody knows that those cards are good. This is not awful. Like, it is ramp. And definitely a card that I think of from that set. I think we could. So if we do Crypt Ghast here, then I do think we want to run the Cabal Coffers setup, because Urborg says, great, now all of our stuff does that. Hello, Mark. Yeah. I like this. I like the Spirit Guide recommendation. It probably works. The way that we want it to. Avendo, yeah, but I don't think we're gonna have a lot of creatures on board. I think the other one, Susur. That's stack a creature, draw equal to power. That one I'm on board with. Spinner of Souls, you're a real card. You're a real card that does actual good things. Jugon defends the temple. I don't think we need you. Kindred cost reducers. Oh yeah, somebody said there's Incubator. Herald's Horn. So okay, so the thing with cost reducers is cost reducers are only worth it over any mana rock in that slot is if you're casting more than one of those things in a turn, or if they have a big upside tacked onto them. Our spirits scale up very quickly, so I think it's unlikely we'll be casting more than one of them in a turn. So I am holding off on that for now. Myojin. Urborg Scavengers. I think this is very cool. Enters or attacks, you exile a card from a graveyard, put a counter on it, and it has all of the abilities, all the combat abilities of stuff, and the spirits just happen to randomly have stuff, especially like the dragons. Chupacabra Echo, you are bad. Oh, this is like so close to being something real, but not. So Myojin of Grim Betrayal. Put onto the battlefield under your control all creature cards and all graveyards that were put there from anywhere this turn, which kind of almost sort of works with this Iname line where we're putting all of our stuff in the graveyard, except we have to have cast this from our hand. Descendants Path. It's just drawing the card, right? I don't think it's. Oh, casting without paying its cost. Okay. I'm down for Descendants Path. Moira, you're also a real card. We'll look back at you. Harvester of Misery, you're also a real card. Kami of the Waning Moon. I don't remember what that is either. Oh, this one. I don't think we will need this. I used to play a bunch of that card. X-Death is Spirit. Do these also have... These don't care if you cast them from hand, so... Are we just like dumping? We could do put like self mill aggressively. And try and like reanimate some of these things. Also, it's not work well with the Myojin, but I don't know. Right now, we're just kind of like collecting cards to give us some direction. Ripples of Undeath. Yeah, if we're going that direction. Doing a lot of self-sacrifice? I don't think so. I don't think we have much. I like this card. Death Rattle Oni. I've never seen this thing played. I'll consider it. Also, Will-o'-the-Wisp, cool card. I will consider you in our pot of big. I guess what two of these have trample. Never mind. I'll leave you in for now. White of the Reliquary. Is it a spirit? It's not a spirit. Each creature card in your graveyard. Yeah, I don't know that we'll have a lot of expendable creatures. Unless we're heavy into the Soul Shift thing, and the Soul Shift is really bad. Yeah, we have been talking about this permeating mass. I mean, I think it's funny enough that it goes in. It probably goes in over Will-O-the-Wisp. I know you all want the Yarkle and Multani. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I don't think it does anything for this deck. Seance board. Seance board, yes. Seance board, yes. Seance board, definitely. Making big mana for spirits. We could play Nether Shadow and have to track the order of cards in our graveyard. Ooh, Deity of Scars. Cool card. Cool card. 5 mana, 5/5 with trample, and gets bigger to regenerate itself. Yeah, we'll be doing none of that. None of that. Geode Golem. Uh it's funny because Geode Golem has been in like pretty much every deck since July for these pods because it's pretty good to be able to cast your expensive commander for free. And I don't think we've seen it in any of the games. But I don't know that it's gonna be. I guess it's valuable here because we still get uh the graveyard trigger. And it doesn't make sense for GeoGolem to be in the other decks, or at least it doesn't make sense for it to be in the 2 other green decks because they have cost reduction. All right, we're getting into the trash there. So, what do we do with you? Okay. I think this is Golgari's Spirit Mass Reanimator. So I think the game plan that this has that actually can compete with those other decks is we roll like Patriarch's Bidding and Haunting Voyage. Is that the name of the card? Yes, you can foretell it and return all creatures of that type. Um, and I think we are. I think the plan is to stuff our graveyard full of spirits, ramp and try and hit these, or use Iname as it too, or is it? Oh yeah, because we're trying to set up the. Oh yeah, living death. Thank you. And rise. Yeah. This is. I think this is I think this is the right thing to do. Behold, no. I'm looking for bigger than that. I am muted. Okay. Cloud kill. Cloud kill. Oh yes. Aha! And there is Nerd Girl herself. And she's watching from Germany, so because of the delay, she's only seeing the start of the stream right now. That's how that works. What was I doing? I was trying to be a good boy, and then got distracted by Nerd Girl. I am also putting the sponsored card into the decklist channel. Do I have a business email? We probably have a business email below, right? On the Twitch page. I guess I can just link this list now, right? Because the link will be the same. Okay, got it. Okay. Right. So. Yeah, right? Because we have Galta, which will just be like big green stompy. We have Thrasta, which will be green storm. We have done it before on the show. I want to say that like CGB played that deck. And Emrakul will be this. There's only so many ways to play colorless Eldrazi, but its ability is steal all creatures. So yeah, this should work. All right. Definitely need a Sakura Tribe Elder just because it's not the best ramp for this, but we're gonna do it anyway. Withering Boon. That's mean. That's mean. It doesn't even stop the Emrakul thing, right? Kind of funny though. It is kind of funny. Okay. So we are committed to this graveyard thing. So let's start adding graveyardy stuff. In Golgari. Something must be done. I can't have that. I can't have that be me. Sterile sauce. That can't. Something has gone horribly wrong here. Grizzly Salvage and Ripples of Undeath and Stitcher Supplier and Endless Whispers of Fun. No, no, not. That seems like a bad idea. Skull Prophet seems like good. Ramp and Mill if we need it. Deadbridge Chant. That actually might be playable here. So Deadbridge Chant, hefty 6 mana, mill 10, upkeep, choose a card at random in your graveyard, return to the battlefield. I think it's still just awful. If it was at least choose a random creature card. Oh yeah, Stinkweed Imp and Golgari Grave Troll. Yeah. See, we'll do 6, I think is kind of feels spirity, right? Oh, Necrologia. You mean, yeah, Necropotence at home. I don't think the card is cool, but I don't think it's what we need here. I think we want Colossal Grave Reaver for this deck if we're doing Reanimator and Mill. Oh, there's the new insect. That's perfect. Mill 3 and then pay 5, sack it, and reanimate. Oh, you're thinking the stupid ball, mesmeric orb. Angel of Suffering. Oh, is that the mill yourself if you get hurt? Mill twice that many. God. I think I am not going to do this only because we want to be proactive about our milling. And at the point where we are spending 5 mana for this and getting hit, I think we're not in the territory that we want. I think I'm also good for like for like a little tutor action here. Buried Alive, Timepiece. It prevents the damage. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think if we're in the position where we're paying 5 mana for that, and then the opponent is going to combat for a bunch of damage, but they're still sending it at us. I want the mill to happen early. Oh, I think this is finally the deck for Songs of the Damned. Add a black for each mana for each creature in your graveyard. The Hermit Druid. Hello, Tony. That and the Sacrifice. I think those are like after the fact things. Double Tony. Taco Tony and Tony Chopper. Oh my god. Stinging Study is like the one that cares about commander size, right? Draw 12, lose 12. I feel like this is not good. Not good for us. Okay, all right. So we have 5 lanes. We're at 64 cards in the deck right now. We need to make some adjustments. We need to first fix the ramp. We're probably happy with a Sky Shroud claim. God, look at this is so stupid. What else? What are some other like good? Oh, you know what was good for Malevolent Rumble, of course. Excellent self-mill and a little bit of ramp. Open the Way. I guess Open the Way does do the same thing, but they're not untapped, right? Put those tapped. I'm not as up on this card, to be honest, but unless I find better 4-mana ramp right now. And Sandman. That's expensive ramp. Oh my god, this is certainly a pile. Gonna do an event for Avatar. I'm almost positive we are. If Nerd Girl is still in the chat, then she will be able to answer more definitively. Thran Dynamo. My only worry is that, because like Emrakul is definitely playing Thran Dynamo, but I guess the other two are not really. Yes, so we are, there we go. We are doing an event for Avatar. Agadeem's Awakening. Yeah, but it's going to dodge all of our things, all like the things that we really want to reanimate, which costs like 12. Oh, I think this deck does deserve a Breach the Multiverse here. Tempt? Aren't we? We're on Tempt. All right. So now I'm gonna go back through now, and we're gonna take a look at some things that work, some things that maybe don't work. I don't. They're definitely not enough spirits for you. I don't think there's enough spirits for you. Or you. Target creature in your background there from the battlefield this turn. Kind of cute with the Sakura Tribelter. It's Urborg Scavengers. I don't know that we actually have enough keywords. I guess we are doing self-mill. We should be able to get some targets in there for it. We're just not gonna have cards in hand for this. I think this is too much. These are so bad. Light from the Loam? Maybe Light from the Loam. I like that. Because it also plays well with like the Budoka Gardener. Enough flyers for Tegel Scouring? Definitely not. Not even close. All right, I think I'm cutting Wild Pair here, just because it's 6 mana for not a thing on the board. And our main method of cheating stuff out is Reanimate, which we're hopefully doing a bunch of at the same time. We are building Iname as one of the 4 12 mana commanders. $73. Can I get more like more creatures that like sacrifice themselves maybe? Because I'm thinking now about there's this like sub theme almost of things that sacrifice, because like Moira, Spinner of Souls, Life Spinner. We also have this Funeral Room. And the things that care about stuff in our graveyard, like Songs of the Damned. Yeah, like stuff like Steve. I wonder if I can put more stuff onto sacrifice bodies. Till Devi Adnate. It does a good job of sacrifice, but I am looking for, I think, these little pieces that do the job themselves for early in the game. Adnate is really good if you can quickly get in something with a high cost, but I don't think we're doing that. I'm running that in like Greasefang. It's great in Greasefang. Suggest Soul Shift cards. We took a look at them earlier, but I don't think it's gonna work the way that I want. Thank you, King Cow. Actually, let's see, because maybe if there are some Soul Shift that like sacrifice themselves, that could be doable. Sacrifice self, but bad. He who hunger, sack a spirit, pull a card out of it. Death Sprout. I'm not a Death Sprout guy. I know some people are like auto include for Golgari. Yeah, man, these are just so bad. Oh, we'll do an aftermath analyst. We're not about like it's not built to do this thing, but oh yes, we had said no to Chupacabra Echo before we committed to this plan, but now I do think that it is pretty viable. All right, I'm sorry, Permeating Mass. I think you were getting cut. This might be too many reanimate things. I think I'm gonna cut this Majestic Genesis because we have a lot of other ways that we're cheating a bunch of creatures out on the board, and it means I can put it in one of the other things. We're at 73 cards with 5 lands. We do need some like removal and stuff. Genesis Wave. No, I think ideally this is our method of doing these things. I think we cut the Spirit Guide for just actual land. Tough. I think we cut the Withering Boon. I might replace it later with like other removal. This deck is funky. Goligari Charm. I mean, maybe, but... All right, I'm going to fill in the lands for the moment. I just want to see how this thing plays out. We're going to add Temple of the False God because we are the main character of our story. Every single one of these decks is going to have a Cactus Preserve in it. Because it says for 3 mana, Cactus Preserve becomes a 12/12. Yes, definitely Takenuma. You kind of want to see the medallions? No, I think they're bad here. Shifting Woodland for sure. Phyrexian Tower. We're okay with cards going into the graveyard. Hmm. Three tree? Yeah, I don't think we quite have the support for 3 tree in this. All right, let me just fill this in with like the actual cards. Give me a Woodland Cemetery. Give me Verdant Catacombs. Give me a swamp. How about a swamp? And a forest. And an undergrowth stadium. Give me give me a Llanowar Wastes. Give me Tainted Wood. Ooh. Underground Mortuary. Underground. And like Death Cap. Crypt of Agademe. I considered it. I don't know that we actually have enough for it to be worth it. Because Crypt of Agademe only cares about black creatures in the graveyard. Of our 36, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 of them? That's not bad. Oh. Disciple of Freyalise. Fel Profane. Those for sure. Cavern Spirits. We don't have to worry about it because there's no blue in this pod. Yeah, for all the counter spells, right? Exactly. All right. Our split right now, pretty even. Pretty even. All right. I just want to like see how this goes. Did I put a Path of Ancestry? I did not. We do not have a lot of tap lands. I do have the Urborf, but no Yabamaya because we don't really need it. And also 2 decks in the pod will have Yabamayas. Do we want to kill our commander? Yeah, probably. Should probably be running those. I just want to see how this does, you know? On 2, we're probably playing like Ripples. Draw, pre-combat, we look at Sakura Belter, Badoka Gardener, Lanimar Wastes. On this turn, we don't have a good 3-drop play, but we do got lands in hand, so maybe we take this Badoka Gardener. That's kind of sick. We use 1 mana for that. You know, we play a land, cast the Gardener. Next turn, we look at 3 cards. This is turn 4. We'll have a 4th land. We'll have a 5th land. Which means we actually can use Castle Garenbrig here. But the 6 mana doesn't quite get us anywhere. We don't really... We also don't have an... we have a Reanimate? So we have 5 mana, really. I think I take the Buried Alive here. So let's just say we did that. This goes to hand. We play a forest. We tap our Gardener for a cave. We bury alive. Like Grave Troll. Man, we really need a way to bring stuff back. I mean, at this point, we probably take What's-His-Face Dragon. Right? We want, yeah, Colossal Grave Reaver, Golgari Grave Troll, and then we take, like, a good dragon. Or something spirity. Maybe the Junji. Or maybe an Aname. I don't think we have anything that's like super graveyard relevant. we don't currently have a good way to get any of this back. I think we just like account for the fact that we're gonna be a problem. We do this. All right, and then we go next turn. We untap this. Maybe we don't do this because we just don't have. I guess ripples gives us something. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grave troll to hand. Ripples trigger 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana if we want on this turn. 7 bounties Kieran. Are we still gonna get stomped by Emrakul and Galta? I mean, 1, maybe. 2, if it was your average Emrakul or Galta deck, probably. But we are building all the decks for this pod. Because like we've known that these are the 4 decks that are going to be in this for a while, and Aname were like, we have to do this. They're exactly 4. That is a lock, and Aname is bad. So that's why I went with this like kind of aggressive strategy, like not aggressive as in aggro, but like aggressive as in it is powerful. And so now I think I tune what's going on here to make it work a little bit better. All right. Diregraph Rebirth gives me a reanimate that I can use from the graveyard. Although maybe you just want to be Dread Return. Soulstone. Soulstone, probably, yeah. That seems good for this. Our land count is also like stupid low. I think I have to like cut out some of this top end. MDFC, I mean, we've got some. See, the problem with this is a cast. This is a cast trigger. Like, I'm almost positive. right? Cast. So, like, I don't think this does what we want it to do. Cooked. That's not a... I don't know that very well, just because that was not... My job was do editing and no commander stuff. But Airball or Nerd Girl would be much better at answering a question like that. My understanding it is the startup cost is big. High Market Lazatep, thank you. Yeah, also, this just like works well with the deck. And are there... The High Market kind of hurts me. I guess we're only in 2 colors. I'm just like, there's not a better sack outlet. But I don't think so. I think I'm actually cutting Rise of the Dark Realms. Because the advantages of the other ones are they're cheap. This one also has a side that we can play earlier. Phyrexian Altar, I don't think we need. So we don't really need a dedicated sack outlet. We just need to be able to, if we cast our commander, sacrifice it when we want. But I don't want to dedicate a big slot for it. I really don't want to be cutting many more creatures. Hey, I don't think you do enough. Even we'll have to throw in a surprise Triumph of the Hordes. I don't think we need Triumph of the Hordes. If we return all of our stuff from the graveyard to the battlefield, if we need a Triumph of the Hordes to finish it out, I think I think we've messed up somewhere. Even enough to sponsor it. Like there is always that option. Deity of Scars, I think you are in that mid area of you would be good if reanimating all of our biggest stuff wasn't the thing that we were doing. I cannot cut any more creatures. Cannot do it. And I think I need to cut like at least 1 or 2 more things for lands. I think I am going to bin the Open the Way, just because, again, untapped means we are not also putting things onto the board. Is this Dread Return like 2? No, I think this is like kind of exactly what we want. How many spirits do we actually have in here? we might have gone to a point where this Descendants path actually is not that great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, this Patron is actually just bad here. We do so much more for our opponents with that card. Eldritch Evolution. Maybe. Because I think the biggest things for me would be like them, if we had good 4s to sack into Inames. All right, let me see how this looks. All right, I'm not gonna do. We're gonna shuffle away Soul Ring, because I think whenever I test, I don't use Soul Ring because it's not a good representation of whether the deck actually works. This is playable. Draw Mortuary, Surveil, Myojin to the graveyard. Let me move myself out of the way. There we go. Draw. Oof, Deathcap Glade tapped. Turn 3. Well, yeah. Screwed on lands. All right, let's not do that. Probably shouldn't have kept. Oh, this looks great. Draw. Wastewood. Draw. Skull Prophet. Nice. Turn 3. Turn 3, we temp with Discovery. Let's say that this grabs us 2 lands. I feel like it's either going to be 1 or 4, but for the purpose of this exercise, I think we will just look for 2 lands that allow us to then cast Grizzly Salvage. Oh, wow. Actually, did we just find Urborg and Coffers? We then can't cast the Salvage. And I think the Salvage is actually kind of important at this moment. Yeah. Maybe this is like Garenbrig. Okay, so we grab these 2 lands. Then we cast a Grizzly Salvage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. We probably put a Stitcher Supplier and this Shifting Woodland into our hand. These all go to the graveyard. We draw. All right, so this is opening on turn. That was 3. We're on turn 4. Play a Lazotep Quarry. We've got 7 mana to work with here. We can also reanimate Myojin. That's like our only good hit, right? Get out of here, Forest. Get out of here, Forest. Yeah, that's our only hit. 7 mana. Well, we can Stitcher Supplier for 3 more. Land, Campfire. Whoa! All right, we have a hit. We have a hit. Okay. So let's a black. Not command beacon. Yeah, it probably could have been command beacon there. We now dread return. 1, 2, 3. 4. We dread return Colossal Grave Reaver. We use Last Step Quarry, sacrifice Stitcher Supplier. Mill 1, 2, 3. Get a free Seki. Tap Skull Prophet. Mill 2. Boo. No hit there. Okay. So that's a good run. Let's try it one more time. Cactus Preserve comes in tapped. Turn 2. Stadium. Look for Underground Mortuary. Surveil. I think we keep the Seance board. Draw that. Play a land. Play Seance board. Grizzly Salvage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of hot. Take Command Tower. Take an Urborg Scavengers. Or, oh, it's creature or land. Of course, I should know that already. All right, we take the Scavengers. Draw. This is turn 4. Turn 4 with 6 mana. Mahijin's our only creature in the grave. Brood Tender. 2, 3. Oh yeah, important to remember the second is Sack Outlet. If we have 8 spirits, I mean, like, will be relevant, hopefully. We have 4 mana left now. Wait, I got and so what? I can eat Menace. That's it. I mean, nothing else to do. This eats a Harvester of Misery. All right. We have a command beacon. I guess I also don't know how much... I don't know how much mana this thing is making right now. All right. It's getting there. I think I need to... It needs more creatures in general. I need to swap out some of these spells for creatures. And then I think this works out. This deck also has like no removal. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, like Seki. That's such a great deck. Because also, who else has that commander? Nobody. Nobody has that commander, and certainly nobody is playing it in that way. Oh, who said White of the Reliquary like 10 years ago? Because I think actually now with this build, that is very good for this. I think now it is exactly what this deck is doing. I think I'm cutting like. Isn't Hirobi in there? No, Hirobi is not in there. I think we even cut this remove or this ramp in exchange for creatures that ramp. Like even some little dorks or something. Rob the princess, no. No. I I feel like there's definitely other ones that I could be thinking of here, but we'll at least do birds. Um do I want like this? Yeah, we are building an Amaze one. All right, let me give this one more play test. And then I think I'll give the deck list a rest for a little bit. I'll come back and readjust once I've built some of the other ones. Let's see. Is this a playable hand? Nope. Too expensive. We'll start there. Command Tower, birds. Phyrexian Tower. We can play Stinky and then sacrifice it to the tower. Honestly, not terrible. Sure. Draw, we hit the land, beautiful. Sack Stinkweed Imp to Phyrexian Tower, 1/2. We have 5 mana if we want it. I think we use 4 of it for a Sky Shroud claim. We find 2 untapped lands, which I think have to just be forests since... Yeah. And then we use the final 3 for a... No, we can make one of them a... Underground Mortuary. Close and shuffle. We'll put this land in the bin and then use our final 2 for Siege Ship, Brood Tender, mill another 3, Scavengers, 6, Ripples. Ooh, not ideal, but okay. That's turn 3, so we're going into turn 4 here. So this is our turn 4. Yeah, this Descendant's Path feels bad. I think if we were more dedicated spirits, that it would work. Yeah, I'm not happy about the Descendant's Path. That's sad. Oh, this should have been, get back Stinky. What was the card that I took back? This forest, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because we have Siege Ship Brood Tender to cheat something if we hit something good, which we did not. Is Abundance worth including to ensure late game land drops? Nah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana if we want it. Yeah, it's just awkward. I'm going to say, what if we don't have this Descendant's Path? 7. So close, actually. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 mana. Almost able to cast this. So we probably just play Iname. And chill. Draw. Man. All right, yeah, it's a little funky. It's a little funky. All right. I think we will leave that here for now. I did promise you all uh a little Once Upon a Galaxy. I don't know if we have it downloaded here. Most expensive commander I've built a deck for myself. I am not usually a high CMC commander person. Give me a sec. I'm trying to think. I don't. Yeah, I rarely go above like 5. All right, everybody. This is the game that I've been playing. Like I said, full disclosure, we are sponsored by them, but I have just genuinely enjoyed playing it. And like right now, this is not sponsored. This is just me playing. We'll play Dr. Agon. So we are encouraged to cast spells. Oh, I can turn off some of these things. Put me up here. Cast spells to get treasures. Treasures will help us out. All right, so let's take Daughter of Athena has a quest to pick up heroes. Easy enough. We'll pick up this hero. And then we lose round 1, but that's okay. Usually if I'm playing this, I will lose like my first 3 rounds to get the setup that I want and then come back. I don't think a lot of this is super helpful. I'll take the rose, which buffs everything in my shop. Only a little bit, but that's a lot of value. None of this leans into spells at all. I'll take Mysterious Egg. Okay. We've lost again. All right, we've now gotten to spells. Every 3 spells that we play, we get a random treasure, and it upgrades each time. I could just take this Katamari and help this along. I think I'll wait. Take that. Boost the slot by 2. Is not bad. We could just take big number. I think I'm going to take this Rage Mage since it synergizes with our spells archetype. And its stats by themselves are hopefully going to help us. Yes, it's just bigger than everything else. Still barely gonna lose. All right. Yes, perfect. This is what I'm looking for. So Ace of Hearts is a hero, so helps us with the Daughter of Athena quest. And if you lost your last fight, which we sure did, we get a bonus shop. So this is essentially free. We'll take this as a spell. Yes, and we hit a hero. Beautiful. Quest complete. Oh, and breadcrumb. So this is... We could take a buff to our first slot or a buff to our front row, but this gives us a free spell to cast every round. The spell doesn't do anything, but it does advance Dr. Agon. I think that is very worth it. Lost in the Woods is free. Well, we got Twin Shot. 2 attack. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely take Rage Mage here because the silver upgrade gives us a free shop. So that is free. Hey, Pumpkin Spice Latte. So broken. Bonus shop always means that the action is essentially free and it will heal a cracked heart. And it is a spell for Dr. Agon. We are high rolling right now. I think this is just play this again. Yeah, because I think the faster that we advance Dr. Agon, the better. All right, can we win a fight? I don't think so. I don't think we win this one either. All right. Finally, our egg hatches into Genie of the Lamp. This is so good for us. This is so good for us. Whenever you cast your second spell on it, you double its stats. This is totally what we're looking for. Okay. Ace of Hearts is a reroll, but so is Lost in the Woods. That will get us another treasure. We now have Pirates in your shop have +10 attack. That's not super helpful, but it's not nothing. Maybe I take the Maverick and Icewing here because they are big, and eventually we will hit that quest of collecting 2 treasures anyway. And now we like have real numbers on our stuff. The wizard would be good here, but I think I really need to just be casting more spells. And now we should be able to win a fight. Yes! Here's where we turn everything around. Okay, we've done that. We cast our free Lost in the Woods. Plunder Penny does care about spells, and this is pretty blech. I think we'll take the Plunder Penny. We finally have something to cast on Genie of the Lamp. Let's put you first. Yeah, cast here. We got, when one of your farewell characters is knocked out, give the rest of your characters +2/+2. We have no, we have not been getting a lot of synergistic pieces. This is tricky. Oof, barely lose. Okay, but we're still in it. Free spell. Give me stuff that I can play on Genie the Lamp. I think that's the important piece of the puzzle here. I think I take this because then it means no matter what, whatever our next spell is, triggers Dr. Agon again. We get an epic treasure, and that completes the quest for Maverick and Icewing. Shrink the opponent. I mean, sure. We could use the wins. We gained the Black Pearl. We really need to find pirates, I guess. First shop always has a legendary spell. Double Captain's ability. When you get a common treasure, you get epic as well. I think making sure we have a legendary spell is pretty great. All right. We got to win this. There we go. Stroke of Midnight. Busted. However, I think we take this Genie of the Lamp golden because it will get us a treasure. We have so much pirate support right now. Do I like try to pivot to pirates? I think the answer is yes. I'm going to try and pivot to pirates. None of these are pirates. And this is not a thing I can cast on my stuff. All right, we'll take Moppet for now then, and hope that I get a free spell off of it. Ouch. Hey, we did it. It's exactly what I needed. A win and whoo. All right, we've done it. All right. Now we got big boy numbers. All right. Yeah. And now we pivot to our pirate strat. Let's see, what is it? It's hunt +10. So I probably keep. I think I replace Rage Mage here. True Love's Kiss. I don't think I care much about any of these. I'm tempted to use this on like Genie or Captain Hook. Dogwood, I know, right? I mean, I think I can register them. It's just like can't fit them. Maybe the play is use this on Maverick and Icewing, actually. Because like, oh, I should move you. We don't want you to be in the first slot. I think this is the safe play here. Collect your first treasure each turn, you get a bonus shop. Okay, cool. So we can guarantee that happens right now. We're playing Abracadabra. We get a Tiamat's Claw. When 5 of your characters are KO, get a random treasure. All right, nice. That kind of plays into what we're doing. This is the only thing I cast on Genie of the Lamp. I don't want transforming spells. All right, we'll take the Stroke of Midnight since that card is busted. You say Abracadabra and you think of Pokemon, Mur? That is where that came from, you know. Now we also have the Mirror Mage option here. Tough. I think we're out of the spell business now. I do think we are out of the spell business now. Yeah, because like I really want to take this Mirror Mage, but I think I just take Big Number to help to bolster the team. So I can't really spend that much longer trying to set the ideal thing up. All right, cool. There's something I can cast on Genie of the Lamp. Perfect. I don't know. I feel like once we get too many hearts, then once we get too many hearts, then we're playing Balatro, right? With this green beard. I don't think I want either of these. I'm just going to do the Peter Pan Silvers because it re-rolls us. Ooh. Hephaestus. Automatically gold because we have different rarities of our treasures. Or we can greed Genie of the Lamp. Triple its stats. Oh, that's tough. This is a 92-91. And gives us a legendary treasure. And the treasure gives us a bonus. All right, yeah, it's got to be this. It's got to be this. And I think I'm actually replacing Queen of Hearts because the Moppet has been living and giving us a thing. All right, characters of Hunt give plus 15. Recruit stuff of the same type. I don't think we're like super typed out right now. We'd like to be in Pirates, but we haven't seen them. And picking cards. We're on turn 10. The loot is still gonna get some use for sure, but I think this is pretty secure here. Also, I should be moving this Genie up to actually get into the fight. Okay. Yeah, Wizard of Oz, definitely an adequate replacement for the Moppet now because it's giving stuff in front of it plus 34. Mix-O Macho. Onto the Genie of the Lamp, like, does get us the triple, but then it means that this spell means practically nothing. I think in reality we mix Omacho Captain Hook and hope to hit big on our against whoever our enemy is. We're starting to hit some big numbers. Bahamut is large, but I think we're large enough where I can take an over the rainbow and try and go for broke with something like just absolutely massive on the next round. I think we can win this one without help. Oof, rolled low. Although I guess none of their stuff is as big as our stuff, so that spell was never gonna turn out well. All right, we cooked them. Absolute clap. We can take the 120 here. I don't think I want any of this. We'll take a Stroke of Midnight. Hey, there we go. That's what I was looking for. We'll take Prospero doubled. And you will replace, I think, the Jasmine Dragon now. Move you up here. Sick. We are so much farther ahead than anybody else. Jesus. All right, we got Prospero's quest to have attack or health of 100 plus. Get a secret rare, and our stuff gets plus 10. Casting lightning bolt in other combats give plus 5, or when character is KO'd, give others plus 3. I feel like both of these buffs are just like we're past where these numbers matter. I guess this'll. Yeah, and we don't really care about like more spells, right? I think I'm taking this mysterious map, and we're gonna hope for a cool secret rare. Ghost armor, no. You're not what I want. Man. At least I can Eureka the Genie of the Lamp. That becomes a very large Mixo Macho. Could bronze everything. Kind of worth it because that represents higher chance of hitting 3 legendary treasures. And like the Mixo Macho, we're clearly outpacing everybody in terms of raw stats. So I don't think that's worth it here. I think we Long John's Silver just for the upgrade. Oh, Happily Ever After. That we can play on Genie of the Lamp. I don't think we care about any of this other stuff. Yeah. All right. Man, what is everybody else doing? We are very far ahead. And that is one more. Oh, that's it. That was our last opponent. First place. Easy trophy. Let me take a look at my stats right now. 422 joules. I don't know exactly what that means. Async MMR 2524. And the rank is 1085. All right. I'm not really a fan of any of these. I think I'll just play this little piggy. Because we get an extra shop when we level up, so we have an incentive to not lose, which is not really my playstyle, but I do like extra shops. Slappy dies immediately. I think let's take the Flying Monkey. It has a better chance at living, and silvering it immediately is also pretty solid. I'll take a Daughter of Athena also. The bonus shop, if we get it, makes it a little easier for us to... Blah! Still did not win. Take a wind-up toy also helps us to win here. And Puck. Man. X characters +4. Take the Captain Ahab as like a pipe dream. Moon for Captain Ahab. I think we just go throwaway pick here for quest progress. Oh yeah, we are behind. We are behind. Golden Captain Ahab, give me a good treasure. Heroes attack. We've only got one hero. Mages are also animals and get +2. We've only got one animal or casting spells. None of these are great for us. Well, we are looking to be recruiting more heroes. This is... We at least get a buff out of Daughter of Athena, but if we can find more stuff, it's good. Oof. This is such a freebie, but so is the Daughter of Athena. All right, I think I'm going here. We're just gonna not lose. That's how we handle this. We just don't lose. Oh, Karma Chameleon, you are not good. Not good here. But we can dream. At least you traded. Taunting me. Their chameleon transforms. Alright, Katamari does complete this. And it is a hero. I think we replace the monkey here. Shop has +2. First slot has +5. Characters get +2. I think we need some of our stuff to actually start living. This is so greedy. Because if the chameleon transforms, it also completes the quest for Little Red, but man, our stats are not good. Let's pump those up a little bit. Chameleon, you did it! You did it! So even if they die, it still triggers our hunt ability. Yes, it transformed. It transformed. Oh, we're in business. We needed that move so much. Double an X3 spells. First slot has hunt +4 or more spell stuff. I don't think we're doing a lot of spell stuff. But Tiger's Paw is just like solid. Hunt characters have +7. Don't have much hunt. First attack is solid. I like that you can plan around it. We're still looking for heroes. Heroes would be ideal for us. I don't think that Little Red holds up, though, so we're going to do this. Switch Achilles to the front slot. Because now if it kills something first, it'll also give itself plus... It'll give itself +8, +6, which should help it live. A little power up. Let's grab a lightning bolt to make sure that we don't lose this fight. Put the Katamari earlier so that it attacks and triggers the Sword of Valor. Alright, Achilles. It's a good start. We lost by 1 point. Oh! Alright, one more loss and we are out. I always want this card to work. This is sneak and range, so it targets the back line and it's a one-way attack, but the stats are so low that I don't think we can make that happen right now. Also the fact that it's a hero, like, kind of tempting. Oh, minus touch, upgrade one of these. Oh, Pisces. This increases any Fey buffs. Katamari is a Fey, so it would start getting +4 when it attacks. It would also increase the buff from Puck. So I think this is what we take. We just take it for the buff. Gold Puck. Sure. Heroes, villains, or characters in the shop. Let's just go with heroes. My God, that snowball is huge. I think we just... Oh, we'll tie? We'll tie? We'll take the tie. Tie is not a loss. Oof. All right, through the looking glasses, transform into something at the epic level. I don't think that's useful. +3 +8 or +9 +3. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is useless on Puck. Oh, all right. There's a ninja in training, I guess. Sneak and range. Do we chance it? I like Achilles going first. I guess it also buffs its upcoming attack, because I don't want Achilles to get one-shotted first. And since we have a guaranteed first attack, this is likely to kill one thing and buff the whole team as the first move. And I think that is necessary. Slot +6 health, or give both back slots +5. It's definitely this. It's just, do I keep it around? Because it means it will also give the slots in front +5. That is maybe worth it over Captain Ahab here. Another tie. We are still alive and still developing. This is definitely a tougher run than the previous one. Take the raw 50. Where are the heroes? Where are the heroes? I think I'm just going to silver this ninja in training. Ooh, True Love's Kiss. The goose. Are we kissing the goose? I think we're kissing this goose. brings it up to a Bahamut. I don't think any of these are what we want right now. We'll just take the simple +2. I don't love it, but marginal boost. Ooh, we are going to lose this. The crucial Achilles did not kill on the first shot. Their Shadow Mancer, I think it was called, lived by 2. And that changed the entire course of that. Oh, that's tough. We were at 6th in that. All right, we got one. I got one more run. We got one more run. Dungeon Master for sure. Treasures from heroes and villains are a tier higher. Oh, I think we have to take Puck here because it helps our stepsisters to achieve their goal. This is ranged or this is backline. I think we take ranged. Yeah, because the ranged is the one-way attack. Next shop is all villains, sure. Also, one more thing on the front line too. All right, nice. So Stepsisters achieves their goal of their quest of dealing 6 damage. Maul, are you really? That can't be right. That can't be right. When you buff a slot, we have not buffed any slots. When you gain an epic treasure, find a second copy of it. Maybe, or an additional heart. We're very healthy right now. This is like no bonus. Nothing else is though either. We're not gaining epic treasures for like a little bit. I guess we'll take this and hope to buff some slots. None of these buff slots. We'll take a stepmother for the... Oh, I think we want Laser Shark in the front now. Presence of Gaia is +2 to a slot, plus an additional 2. We could take Mecha Man. Mecha pumps a slot. True. Thank you, Cool Magics. I always forget about that ability. I just think of it as the summon an extra toy. Yeah, well, I think we take that then. That's pretty clear. Stepsisters are only 3 butt right now, so I think this replaces Worm Tongue. Then we put this here, I think. No, we really want the hunt to happen. Holy crap! Everything is huge. Okay. You are a hunt ability. I'm not confident that we like have enough. I think we need Ahab for the stats. Hopefully okay. Yeah, we did. Villain buffs animal slots. This is exactly what we needed. Whew. All right. Um, I always get stuck with Puck. I like this as an early pick, but then I always end up in this position where I don't want to get rid of it. I think now is the time. While we can still take a loss or two. So now we want to fill all of our slots with animals. Blackbeard's parrot. Sure thing. Sorry, Ahab. And now what? Our laser shark does not have any buffs, so that seems not great. All right. Why is everybody's number so big? All right, but we've got the machine running now. All right. Yeah, let's complete our quest. Toys, no. Spells, no. Spells and treasures, no. Tough. I guess we can take leftover pieces because we do have two things that are toys. Cecil, double. Oh my god, you doubled 6 times. The double is the give a slot a buff and then double the buff on the slot, right? Move your parrot to the shark slot to protect it and let your other pirates hunt. Maybe. We'll see. I'd like to just replace this shark. Maybe it just gets replaced with Ahab. Problem is, we don't get the animal buff right now. This is probably just better. Cowardly Lion, we have no butt buffs, so I think you're not going to be good enough. Also, we swapped this here to try and get a sneaky quest completion. The Tin Man is free. Actually, yeah, we'll just replace Captain Ahab here. This is a free treasure. Choose an additional captain. Legendary spell. Pirates have treasure hoard 2. For our lack of treasures. I think we'll take whatever bonuses we can get right now. We need the stats. I am in the camp of keeping this parrot in the front. It does mean that there's a chance that it just gets... It's the first thing that dies. But the upside of all 3 of these doing the thing in the front row to me is good enough. This person's also down to 1 heart, so hopefully, like, move the toy to the front right. Oh, that is, I guess, relevant, right? Because this is a death. Yeah, actually, you'll convince me on that one. That's the last thing I needed, because it'll buff the slots behind it. Do we instead want it here, then? Oh, this is already a toy. These are all toys. All right, now, I'm with y'all. All right, and that's 1 person eliminated, and now we've got some real buffs. Could like bronze this Tin Man or like up to this rarity. Or this is give 4 slots +4/+4 right away. I think I'm on board for that first. The Robin's kind of solid, but I don't know if there's anything I'm okay to lose in this. Robin over Hyena, but this represents +3/+2 to 4 slots. Because of this. Because I guess it depends, right? Are we pivoting to pirates, or are we sticking with this animal theme? So we've only got we have 3 pirates, but this cares about future pirates, so we'd have to pivot kind of hard into pirates. I don't think I'm ready to pivot for pirates right now. Maybe if this happens later. I don't like this spell. I'll take it to I'll take this to set up for a good next turn. I think we are in good shape, and I'm not worried about losing this round. The double True Love's Kiss. That is a move. Get us a legendary right now. And I think what we've got in the shop is pretty meh. Question is, I think like my inclination is to use it on a higher rarity. We either have to do Mama Bear or Blackbeard's Pirate. Jesus. Parrot. Like they're both doing a similar thing. The Parrot has much better stats, but less consistent buffs to the slots. I think we just let this rip on Mama Bear. If the stats were better, then I'd keep it. Friar Tuck, huh? Okay. We also get the upgrade to Papa Bear if we want it to stay with animals. And Bunny, I guess we also get the double crossover. We get the +3/+2 boost to the slot from Hungry Hyena, but we also get the hunting slot boost for Blackbeard's Parrot. This could just be the time where we transition to we could go and Bunny replace Hyena and then just rely on the pirate buff and the toy buff. I don't know. That's +6. I think I'll stick animals for a little bit longer. This is 15. This is 8. I know we're this like kind of uncommitted middle ground, but I think it's enough to get us there. I'll take that. Joe's Bananas, yes. Could Kiss Friar Tuck to go for a random secret rare, or the Captain Hook's pretty good. I don't know. I'm a sucker for a secret rare. Zeus. Zeus, you are pretty solid. Do we now do double Shrink Tea? I don't know. I think this team is capable of winning without the spells. I think we just do Mecha Man and re-roll the spells and see what we get. Greed, also not fantastic. But I think... yeah, it's whatever. We just greed Zeus. Okay, we have, I think, turned the corner on... We were, like, very behind in the beginning. 6 shooter, bonus spell for every 6 characters that are knocked out. When you get a common treasure, get an epic as well. Don't think it's that. Luckier chest, next treasure is 2 rarities higher. I guess there's the possibility we hit gold Mecha Man for a treasure, but otherwise there's not really much going on there. I think I'll take a 6 shooter. Goes along with Zeus. Double the slot buffs in front of me, huh? Double the slot buffs in front of me, huh? I am tempted to silver everything. So we can... our best... We have a 47-43 here. 22-20 there. Or 27-23, I guess. And it can only do the ones in front. I just don't know what to replace now. Because Papa Bear right now is only giving buffs to 3 slots, but it is a +6 buff. Blackbeard's Parrot only has 2 characters that are possibly buffing things, and then also itself. Katamari is nice because it is getting the benefit from both Papa Bear and Blackbeard's parrot. I think we move away from pirates here. I think I replace Blackbeard's parrot first, and then we do like Katamari or Papa Bear next. Because now we're just like moving into oops all good stuff territory. I guess this is what pirates. I guess that's the one thing I'm not thinking about. Yeah, we're just here to be greedy. Yeah, because the team is real solid. Grotto's not super enticing to me. I think we'll re-roll Golden Mecha Man. I'm on board with that. Future Treasures. Back row has plus 10 or 3 additional copies of the next, or additional copies of the next 3 treasures. I don't know. Back row's not really needed it. Every 2 turns. I don't know. We also are not like super poised to get more treasures here. On turn 11. This is also a random treasure, period. That's not great. I don't think we're going to get that many more treasures, if any. I think it's sad, but the boost is the best option there. Then we don't need any of those. We'll take our free spell double. Thanks, Zeus. Yeah, we're just getting hard carried by Zeus right now. Oh, double over the rainbow. Here we go. Here we go. All right, I don't think we want any of these. So I think we just giant growth and move on. Hope our next lineup is better. Yeah, like this Captain Hook. This is still like a 20 base. This is 12. I think the Captain Hook replaces Katamari here. And yeah, Captain Hook replaces Katamari. Papa Bear will be on the next train out. These have not been the best trades yet, but easy money. Through the Looking Glass, transform into something in the shop's rarity. I don't think that's the spell that we want. All of these other choices are also not great. I guess we could do this to Papa Bear. Yeah, I don't care about any of this other stuff. Turn this into a legendary. Pirate King, Goldilocks. Actually, Goldilocks pretty good, considering the slot buffs we've been doing. Oh, this is a double-double, baby. Double-double right here. Plus 388, plus 346 on that slot with something that replaces itself. Yeah. And another thing that replaces itself. Good God. Easy. Easy. Another one. Yeah, that Goldilocks. Woo! We didn't even need her, but... yeah. All right, everybody. That's it for today's stream. I got work to do. Thanks for hanging out. Let me see what friends we got on right now. All right. Here you go. We're gonna drop in on some friends that are playing Commander right now. Thanks for the good day today. Thanks for the cool decks for Tekken. And I will see you at the very least next week at the same time. Bye.